Okay, I should be live now. Let me get my sources switched over. Should be live now. Alright, let me get my sources switched over. Hopefully things are good. Alright, let me get my sources switched over. Hopefully things are... Okay, let's get on in with everything. Alright, let's see. First I'm gonna have to like grab everything they sent me into here. But they sent like a bunch of stuff for this because they never like finish this shit out. And I still don't have enough to finish it out. Cool. Very cool. They didn't send me enough. Despite all that. But yeah, hi there, Flagger, and welcome. That, of course, is Papega. I mean, I can click that, but like, it's not gonna make a difference. Yeah, nope. Anyways, let's go see the stuff here. Yeah, the furry badge. I have not looked at any of the stuff because just been too busy with everything. I wanted to stream it yesterday. The reason why I didn't is my internet was just too problematic yesterday that I just gave up. I ended up like doing some farming and DNA off stream yesterday. I did so many of the freaking stages and I still don't have the thing that you need to convert your bucks for. This shit's so awful. I got to like 190 on like multiple of the whatever the things are called, and I still don't have enough of the materials to go get one of the weapons to smelt 5. This shit's awful. Yeah, it's a male and a furry. The one male for the year. Let's just get stuff upgraded here first. One day. Meanwhile, the males get a dorm. Wait, no, Nanto has a dorm. It's an 8-player dorm. Technically, Nanto has a dorm. It's great for 8-player groups. So he technically has a dorm. It's just not permanently available. Sometimes it's available. Yeah, what the hell does this weapon do? Let me just read this. Oh, here, weapon guide. On-field DPS. Thanks for the raid there, Paradox Jonesy. Plus 1 billion viewers. Okay. Perform sustain to deal damage. Okay, so you don't use him on field? Or no, use his discharge to transform. And then his basic attack and skills to build energy. What the fuck are they making us do? And then cast it when it's full. And then he transforms. Yeah, they're really slow at rolling out synesthesia. I mean, it just means it's a dead patch. And then one of his multipliers gets increased. Well, would you have his weapon equipped? Probably his skill or something. I'm guessing. It's probably something here. Realistically, you're gonna just slot him in here. But yeah, hi there, Lexi, we're just looking at the stuff here. Let me put his weapon in here. Let's see what the furry does. Let's also put his salady here. Where's salady? Do we need any traits for them?
I long for death.
He longs for death, he says. What? He just gets more flame damage? What? Increases flame damage by 18%. Increases flame damage by another 18%. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah. How about salady?
Salady's thinking about something fun.
I guess you're supposed to use his trait. That makes sense, I guess.
I long for death. I fear nothing.
Okay, Edgelord. We even know who his voice is. It even tells us his voice actor right there. Do I have gifts for him? Doesn't matter. I'll just give him a bunch of gold bars and he'll like it. I'll give him some more gold bars. Eh, good enough.
I long for death. I fear nothing.
Oh, is he just like passively charge in the background then? Bruh. Oh, and then once you get that thing full, then you just do that. Bruh. Okay. You're testing him too. I see. When did they even open the test server? I wasn't like really paying attention because I was like too busy working on other stuff. And then yesterday, well, internet issues. Oh, there's like a separate button for the transformation. But then you're back to normal when you're out. But like he always has the free discharge. It looks like. I see. I mean, that's pretty simple to play. I guess I can see the flame effects. Barely. That barely counts as flame, I guess. Wait, what the fuck? It can fly? What the fuck is this? It's missing a bunch of sound effects, but he can fly. What the hell? That's just so bizarre. He can fly. I see. He has like this really bizarre flight. If you can call it flying. Okay, at least we have an idea on how to play them. Let's just go to the cactus. Is Biling still broken? I don't know if they get like a bug fix of Biling or not in the next patch. I hope not. The Biling bug is the best. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, so like he just passively gets the charge there. Right, let you just do this. I mean, that's easy. Very easy to play. Very big damage though. Damn. Yeah, we're getting with A0 just under 40G. Yeah, 38.5G, that's A0. Crazy. Damn, that's like actually pretty crazy damage for A0 on there. And unfortunately he has a trait, so that means the flame after him probably won't have a trait. Probably. Is my guess. Like the next flame after probably won't have any trait. for damage. Right, because he has, yeah. And, like, that's a pretty strong trait there. I think they typoed it, though.
For death, I fear nothing.
Yeah, I think they typoed the final damage to flame damage there, but then you get flame damage separately after. That's a strong trait. Alright. Does A1 get us anything? Increases flame damage by 8%. And it deals extra bonus damage to nearby targets with... Okay. So we should probably get to around 40 bill now. Oh wait, wrong thing. I went to click extreme test. But at least he's strong, I guess. So that's cool for anyone who's gonna go after the furry there. It is funny though, it's like... both ToF and NTE will have a dude releasing at the same time. Okay. Let's get this started. Oh damn, the numbers are so big, they're freaking abbreviated now. Wait, when did they do that to the damage numbers? That's crazy. They started abbreviating damage numbers because they're too big. That's new. Who knows, man? But that's crazy, the damage numbers are getting abbreviated. We're doing so much damage, it now gets abbreviated. I mean, it took them long enough. More paragraphs. I mean, the numbers are still overlapping each other. But now there's like an abbreviation. Pretty much. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Yeah, 40G. I mean, the rotation is extremely simple. You use Lana's skill, swap to Salady, use Salady's skill, do 2 full normal attack chains on Salady, and then discharge into the wolf dude. Do his normal attack chain until all the freaking things light up, use his skill, and then you repeat. It's a very, very simple. You spam his 4 ability chains, some normal attacks? I guess you could do that. Is it even worth it though? I know he has like the other skill, but like it seems pretty simple. Yeah, after this one, you can press skill to cast 3 consecutive ones. Yeah, I guess you can do that. It grants ultimate energy. But you can also just normal attack for it, can't you? Yeah. Wait, are these like the same multipliers? Or nah? Grants 1. Yeah, then you have the other thing when you have all of it. Hmm. I see. I mean, I don't know about how much more. The thing is, we've been at 200 for like 2 years. 3 years, actually. Or is it? Yeah, 3 years. We've had the weapons capped at 200. And we've had our damage inflate from Titan gear. And then we have this stuff. And then we have the supercomputing stuff. And then we have the this thingy. And then there's the whatever the new thingy is. Or does that even apply in the outside of the new area? I have not like touched it. I have not touched any of like the 6.0 gear stuff or whatever at all. I haven't even finished the 6.0 story. Maybe we'll do it next week. I have like not touched any of the stuff. Oh, whatever. Let's see what his A3 is. I see.
I prefer the pack.
Does his wolf form change now that we have his A3? Oh, I forgot to level up his weapon. That doesn't matter. That's fine. Maybe the wolf form is different now? No, it's still the same. Missed opportunity to have it colored something different. You can just infinitely jump. And you can like just do mini jumps in the air. Yeah, they got a bunch of exclusive shit. I got my AFK exploration to finish Kylo the other day. Oh, let's just go try A3 now. We went from 38.5G to 40G. We'll see what we get at A3. Yeah, he got nice exploration, but like, so many things have nice exploration. Right, you had what was the violin one or whatever from the previous from the current patch that's up right now. I don't have her, but she can fly. Right, we have that. Lana can alter gravity. What's... Aglaya can also fly. You can't use grapple and jetpack in 6.0, yeah, I know. They lock your relics. But like, there's so many other ways you can fly it, so it's fine. Alright, let's give this a go. Oh yeah, then we got a... I think we got a big jump here. You need to do the whole Kylo thing, yeah. I need to eventually get some of the stuff done as well for 6.0. I mean, he does a lot of damage, so that's cool, but like... Very easy to play though. What advancement are you at? I'm only at A3 right now, but his weapon's not leveled up. So I got 43.3G at A3. I mean, I'm probably gonna push that at, like what? 46, 47? I think we can get 50 at A6. Let's go see A5. Let's see the A5 wag. Just the A5. Yeah, of course. You're at A6, so of course you're getting more damage. I didn't put it at thing. I just wanted to see like how it grows. That's how we always do it. Alright, A5 now. And then A6. We should get the big jump there. I mean, I only put A0 matrices on.
Awaiting command.
I don't bother to check with the max matrices. Though it's like usually around like the same amount. When you compare the full thing between. Yeah, you'll get it slowly. You just need 2 more copies of Fiona to get your synesthesia, yeah. Alright, let's give this a go. Yeah, we're gonna hit like almost 50 mil. Or 50 billion. Alright, like, just look at the damage, yo. Yeah, it's 48.6 G. So we're definitely gonna crack 50 billion as soon as we get into A6. Yeah, I mean, it has another. He has another debuff too. He has the furry debuff on top of being male. You got the male debuff and then the furry debuff. They're double stacking debuffs. Right. They're double stacking debuffs on him. Actually, triple stacking. Yeah, he also has a trait. He got the trait you need for flame too.
Target eliminated.
Alright, let's go in. Yeah. This is definitely gonna get 50 plus though. Which is what I expect. Oh, doesn't matter. It's not like they give a shit what Reddit thinks. These companies got all the demographics and sales data they need anyways. They know exactly what works and what exactly sells. Yeah, 55, well, just under 55G, 54.6G. There we go. On my stats, on my gear, I got 54.6. That's a bigger increase than I thought.
Awaiting command.
But yeah, hi, Bahama, welcome. Yeah, they live in deep space. I mean, yeah, these companies, they have demographics on what their customers are gonna freaking spend for, where their sales are. It's like, they know, they have all the data. It's like, yeah, sure, cool. One thing is making a bunch of money there, but you also have to consider the demographic and their player base there, and what what their spending habits and whatever is gonna be about. It's like, that's one of the most important things to like keep in mind, and that like whatever their the management running these things are like paying attention to, or you know. If it's at the end of the day, their goal is to try to make as much money as they can, so they're gonna put what they know is gonna sell. What the schedule is? We were testing the furry dude. Good damage. You can turn into this wolf thingy, and he can like just. You can jump really high and then jump in the air. Just because. Yeah, I mean, like, that's where a lot of their sales is coming from anyways. Like, that's just the thing. So, like, that's all that really matters to them, and that's all they care for. Because it's like, yeah, where are they getting their sales and everything from anyways? That's what they want. Wait, I didn't realize you could actually see it, like, see the freaking trains, like, moving through these tubes. I don't think I've ever actually seen the thing, like, move in one of these tubes before. Until, like, just now. I always thought they were just for show. Because you can't, they don't do anything. But that's neat. There's actually stuff that goes through them. Like, I never paid attention. But that's neat. I guess there never really was a reason to pay attention. But that's a cool little detail they got there. It's been in the game for like, what, 2 years, and I have not noticed. Jenkins scuffed, sure, but like, it's still cool that that's a thing here. Doesn't do anything, but still neat. Right. Yeah, that he has these like dodge animations. But yeah, his weapon does not change how it looks when you get his A3.
I fear nothing. I long for death.
I mean, he looks cool, I guess.
I fear nothing.
Yeah, he got the Hulk jump, yeah. You have to like hold the jump button first. The longer you hold the bigger the jump until it gets its maximum limit, I guess. And it consumes some stamina. And then you can just spam like short hops by pressing dodge. And then that's his plunge. When you're on the gravity rail, you can't do the thing unless you disable gravity rail. Obviously. I don't know. What were people even doing with previous Flame Team? Were they just running double alter with Sality? But like, it's competitive with like the Frost and the Volt Team. a little bit higher, just like usual, but like it's pretty competitive with the Frost and the Volt team. Oh, for me, I was using like the freaking. I mean, he's getting me an increase, especially because he has a strong trait. It's just like I don't really care. Like this is what I was using for a flame. But sure, here I'll show you the flame team that that I currently use.
Target eliminated.
I mean, we can try that after. I'll try it after. I have Leches, but I don't have Salady. Let's just see my old stuff first by comparison. This is probably similar to damage as the A0 version of him when we were testing. I'm gonna go here. Yeah, it's 36G. Which is about what I expected. Alright, here, let me just swap out Salady. Alright, give me a sec. Yeah, that's the same as when I was doing A0 on with the flame dude. Okay. Let's go test Salady now. Salady should be higher damage. Salady has no trait. We're still using Void Piercer trait. So, like, not really anything we need to pay attention to there, then. That's different. We just do a Salady things.
Awaiting command.
Okay. What's nice though is like they basically don't have to worry about crit as well. Is honestly, yeah, no, this is definitely much stronger than the Lexus's main DPS. If you pull for the new flame dude, you're not really gonna get an increase unless you pull his A6. Despite that. But like 90 seconds, we're already like beating my Lexus's setup. Look at the damage here. Alright, this is A6 Salady. Bro, wait. Yeah, we have 54G. And it's pretty similar damage, actually. I know I didn't get his weapon fully leveled up. I forgot to level up his weapon, but like, that's not gonna be that much more of an increase. Like maybe like he could have done like another 2-3% more damage. Yeah, there's that too. And like the main thing that you're getting with him over Void Piercer is a slightly stronger trait. The same time too, though, you have to like trade off some field time. Salady's on field is just really good. Yeah, Salady 54. He was slightly stronger. That said, I didn't level up his weapon. I forgot to level it up, but like, that's only like 2-3% damage a loss. I mean, we could just easily calc it. The only thing that matters is the attack difference. And like, that's just super easy. Yeah, it's like 47 versus 1612.
Target eliminated.
Right, we just go here. Right, so we go 51, 472, minus 1612. Right. 3% damage difference, so I should have been doing 3% more damage. Either way, like, that's such a tiny damage difference. But, like, yeah. It kinda makes sense. Right, like, there isn't really any creep or anything there. Like, it's freaking ToF creep. It's always been, like, pretty low. After 3.0 stuff. And they stopped doing, like, the weird shit they were doing back in 2.0. With, like, the really bizarre experimental shit. Yeah, so the wolf was, like, what, 56? They're just missing, like, 3% damage on that one, so, like... Yeah, it's, like, 57.68 mil per bill. Yeah, it's, like, a 7% increase over what the previous meta was for Flam. 7% damage difference. Which is like pretty much around in line with what they always do. Typically with these numbers. Right. Yeah, like realistically, it's like, you know, you could skip up, keep using Void Piercer longer if you want to, if you play Flame. It's not that big of a deal, like the damage difference. Right, because like you could still use a Void Piercer there. Her on-field is just decently high anyways, and again, like this is just a 6-4-piece 0-star. Right, it's the same thing with we're using for him. I don't bother to do 4-piece 3-star because who the fuck is getting 4-piece 3-star? Like who the hell's doing that shit? But yeah. Good damage. About like what you'd expect. Oh yeah, I forgot she could just throw the scissor blade thingy. The animation stuff is pretty cool, but like, you're never gonna use this shit. Okay, let's just go into NTE stuff now. Oh yeah, there's like 2 demos of stuff I want to try at some point. Or is it 3? Right, there's like the Dragon Sword Awakening demo, we still need to find time to try that. And there's also the Vtuber demo that I want to try as well. We'll probably find some time to try them next week. Alright, let me change category. Alright. Alright, that was a quick enough look. I guess. Alright. Let's get into NTE stuff. I mean, there's not that much I need to get done. Outside the usual daily routine. Alright. Alright, let's check the stuff here. Oh, I want beverages. Alright, we got a nice big boost of beverages. Let's give some pawn gifts.
Oh, where did you get this? You have.
A gift like this? Are you sure? I knew you wouldn't let me down!
I don't think I've told you, but I like it a lot. Thank you.
Where's Jez?
Thanks! I'm so sorry. I mean...
Oh, I was sent a friend request? Or not? Okay. Sure. I'm gonna go grab these. And then we'll just have to do that stuff.
Today, Black Mimosa had a good dream. Woke
Alright, we're
up...
just gonna work on like
Obsession.
getting characters raised and ascended. Right, and then we have Chaos coming out in a few days.
Today, Black Mimosa had
This
a
is the one we
good
needed?
dream.
Clarity. Obsession. Disillusion.
Yeah, we need colorful ticket stubs.
Black Mimosa. Black Mimosa won't lose. Yeah. Going?
Clarity. Obsession. Disillusion.
I need to get some of these experience books or whatever, I mean, experience thingy is. What else was I also working on?
Go ahead. Everything we need.
Hold on. Wanna join the
Business is.
Do you...
It's my duty.
Yeah, I'll just get them to like 60 out of 70. I'll need to get her to 60 out of 70 as well. And then I can get the die there.
Clarity. Obsession. Disillusion.
I need 24 other things, so Alright, let's get more of these done.
Black Mimosa. It's fine. Black Mimosa. Fight sounds equal. Black Mimosa won't lose.
Probably. Things will probably be fine. There's at least a bunch of stuff to do in here. And things to mess around with. Alright. Got that out of the way.
Rest for a copperhead.
And dead. I don't know, man. I basically stopped touching Enfield. I mean, the problem with Enfield is more so just... It's like so tedious to like maintain the Enfield account, but also there's like... The content is just scuffed. I don't like the combat at Enfield, but like I've said that many times before.
Today,
The factory needs a lot of work too, but
dream.
yeah.
Woke up happy too.
I don't know. I still need to get the freaking requirements met so I can even get max chiz. But like, yeah. Like, Enfield's its own mess of problems. As a factory game, like, it's not even on par with stuff that you can get for $1 on a Steam sale. But like, it's cool for people who have never played factory games before. It's like, I guess you can say, a gateway drug of sorts in that sense. There's a lot of stuff that just needs work there. But the problem is the way they add content is just more like they're just adding busy work and just making you rebuild crap in your factory rather than like making genuine, like, impactful and interesting, like, additions to it. Which is part of the issue there. And it's just really tedious to just build in the small space.
What's for dinner tonight?
But yeah, welcome Raiders on YouTube side. But yeah, Maggie's situation's thing there. But didn't get dropped. I got distracted. But like, yeah, I just want to get my briefcase. We can just need to get one more briefcase. Like, they have their new endgame content thing, I guess. Contingency contract stuff. That's cool, I guess. But, like, depending on who you are, like, the combat stuff in Enfield is a very hit or miss. For me, I just don't like the combat there. So it's just like... Cool, there's more content I don't really want to bother touching. Cause like I couldn't even be bothered to like do the freaking regular versions and all the shit of the combat stuff. And normally when I had my stuff built for it, it's like, do I want to do a more cancerous version of the stuff there? Of the combat I already didn't like? Of course not. I don't like Enfield's combat. It just feels off. It just feels too stuffed for what it is. It just doesn't feel right. part of the problem is it still has like the same, like, here's the thing, right? At its core, even if you change, like here's the thing, right? I'm trying to like figure out how I'm gonna explain it. It still has the same issues of all the other like 3D anime gacha combat stuff, but like the movement with the actual stuff on there, you still have to deal with the invisible magnetic targeting, which is annoying in all of these games. But then they have it even more scuffed with the stupid AI for your teammates, like your party members doing their own thing there. And then some of the stuff in there is just like kind of inconsistent. I mean, the combat in these gacha games are always scuffed. They're always just varying degrees of scuffed. Like, I've played better combat than all of these gacha games in like some freaking some like cheap ass anime game asset flip that I've played on the PS Vita years ago. Like, I've played better shit there than any of these gacha games. Visually, obviously those games on the PS Vita, they look very dated and not the greatest, but they had stuff control a lot better, and they actually gave you more direct control, and there's less automation. They're more so they're just passable, but that's it. I think my main issue though is just like when it becomes too intrusive or gets too much in the way, I just get annoyed and I don't want to deal with it. The only reason why I really bothered with Enfield when it came out was I had the sponsor spot thingy with the bounty there. And that was just kind of it. And then like the factory was interesting, I guess. But like it still has a long ways to go. Other than that, I guess I've been fine, Benz. How you been? Maybe it'll get fixed after a year. Maybe not. If I get like another sponsor or like a bounty for Enfield, I'll look at it again, but like other than that, like I don't really have any reason to. Like for me, it's like I have like no real attachment to the Arknights IP. Like they had tower defense, like this scuffed tower defense side mode in your factory bases as well in Enfield, but like you'd think they would make like a decent tower defense side mode in there, but like nah. You'd think from like all the hype or whatever people who played regular Arknights have given it and like how they treat the tower defense gameplay there. But like you do the thing in Enfield that is just like, what the fuck is this? Alright, let's go find our next victim to rob. And then we need to go to jail to get our painkillers. Here, I'll just get my instant wanted level up. Bruh.
Forgot to dodge. Lacrimosa, faster. That hurts.
Hey, pick up some of your own.
Lacrimosa can handle it.
I won't let you down.
Because it hasn't reset on North America yet.
Leave it to Arknights.
Security, stay safe.
Bite some, be careful. Wake
Whatever.
Arknights up.
This is your cell. According to the Hetero Detention Facility Code of Conduct, it is now lights out. During your detention,
But yeah, like it's reset has not happened yet. Reset's in like 4 hours for a North America server. Yeah, I need to do some more of the racist content. I mean, the racing content. Oh yeah, speaking of racing, actually, yesterday I got an email from Valve. I can, it was an email so that I could, like, pay for my Steam controller. So I can, finally get my Steam controller sometime next week. Which is gonna be nice. I can finally get it. Because, like, they let me pay for my reservation now. So I'll get to mess around with that next week when it comes.
stop that. Dwelling on it only makes you more anxious.
Last time we visited, Dad had so many more wrinkles. He used to be so put together.
Alright,
Always so particular about everything.
I just wait for them to move, and then I steal the spoon.
Hair's gone completely white. Every time I think about it, I feel like a total piece of trash.
Got it.
Line up, people. One serving each.
Where do you think
Don't
you're
you
going?
dare get greedy.
Lunch isn't over.
Oh, let's see, did they hide anything good here?
Another day down. It only makes you more anxious and makes it harder to get.
Just thinking about how everyone's gonna give me that look.
Once I'm out, I'm gonna move to
I thought they already had, like, an aimed mode with the,
Haven't you figured out that sorry doesn't matter?
whatever it's called, with the, bow units.
Dates right, my classmates
Don't they already have, like, an aimed shooting mode? You just hold down the thingy to enter it when you're using a bow. The stuff like nobody uses. I guess Ganyu players used it at once.
Ah, it stings. This bruise isn't gonna fade for a week.
More playing cards, let's go. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna like switch my stuff back to like having my main display plugged into my graphics card. Windows is just being too scuffed now. when I'm streaming. Like the game just feels off. Who knows, maybe. I don't think I could ever like just play a Hoyo game ever again though. Unless I get like compensated. It's just like the way they handle things and what they do. I can't deal with with like this shit again. Right, it's like I've dealt with it 3 times, I've tried it 3 times. No more. Let's grab that. Especially because, like, how they design their stuff anyways, like, the way they do it, it's just... eh.
My knee's acting up. Trust me, it's gonna pour tomorrow.
Alright, let's go confront Tornado.
If I've got the dates right, my classmates are probably out taking their graduation photos right now. Yet here I am, stuck sweeping the guard tower.
Right, because I want to stockpile the painkillers. That's cool, at least they're adding it, but it's a little too late. Little too late for that, I guess. At least the people are finally getting you something. I mean, there already was a skip button, it's called uninstall. It lets you skip everything. They had like this super skip button. Yeah, I left after Sumeru. The Sumeru Archon quest just left such a bad taste in the mouth. God, I hated the Sumeru Archon quest. I think I would rather just just be forced to watch all of Haruhi Suzumiya's endless 8 arcs straight in one sitting than play through that fucking Sumeru Archon quest. I don't know how many of you guys know what that is, but that shit was infamous back in the day. The Haruhi Endless 8. That shit was infamous. Because they quite literally were just like, what if we just made you watch the same anime episode 8 times? I just change one tiny little thing. Like, what the fuck was that joke? That was some sick, twisted joke where you're just like, yeah, so you get to watch the same thing 8 times. All 8 episodes. Basically the same thing except for one tiny difference in each episode. But otherwise, at the core, it's the same fucking thing. Because, like, it's just handled so poorly, the way it was done. But part of the problem is just the way Hoyo write stuff and how they pace things with their games. They don't really feel too natural. And it just feels like whatever's going on, the writers are, like, forced to meet some sort of artificial word count quota or, like, duration, like, quota. Rather than just having it be the way it is. Because it should be the way it is. So it's just like, it's just so artificially just overextended with everything, and it just makes it really painful. I think that's like the main reason why people really wanted to skip stuff in Genshin. Because it's just painful to like go through a lot of sections in there because of how it's written. Alright, like, it has decent lore, don't get me wrong, but the actual writing and the storytelling is atrocious. And that's like one of the main reasons why it's like, okay, if I keep up with all this other stuff, it's like, not even the story is like left. So it's just like, fuck it. Nah, I'm done. And then like for me, it was just like, the Sumeru Archon quest was just the breaking point where I'm like, fuck this shit, never again. Because like, the reality is it, again, like at its core, it's just like, they're just gonna keep doing more of what they've already been doing, and it's not really gonna change all that much. Just outside of, okay, we changed the setting or the characters involved with whatever. But at the end of the day, it's just more of the same. I have 46 painkillers now. I have no idea how many I need for the updated shop, but yeah. Yeah, I'm not touching Genshin ever again unless I get paid or something. Because like, I can't be bothered to like sit through all that stuff. Or deal with the other pain points in there. I don't want to deal with it, any of it, ever again. Without like compensation of some sort. You're stuck with trial characters? Yeah, the trial characters are always just awful experience to mess around with too. I hate it too, man. It's like, I want to go do something else, use whatever other shit. I don't want to do the stuff they put there. But it's a certain point too, it's like, I was just like really done with a lot of the stuff in there too. I think it was like by the partway through Inazuma, I was like already like just done with all combat content. I was like, I'm done with this shit. And I remember I have like on my account, I have a C6 Yaimiko. My main reason for getting it was so I could basically get a skip button for combat.
Extra careful to dodge their patrols from here on out.
That was my main incentive, so I could have a pseudo skip button for combat. Because I was just so done with it. I would just set up the turrets and just wait. And just not pay attention. That was like the main reason. Just so I could get like the crazy turret AFK damage. Because I just was like, I just really didn't want to deal with this shit anymore. And that was like before the Subaru thing, and then the more and more time came, and then like the more and more I just got more annoyed with it. With everything. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck this shit, I'm out. You got graduated, but Dainsley never became playable. I think at this point, if like, outside of like getting sponsored or whatever to like paid to like touch it on stream, only other way I'll play Genshin is if it goes end of service the same way the Mega Man X Dive did. If that happens, then maybe I'll look at it again. I'll see what like freaking cheats and mods people come up with so I could improve the game first. If that was to happen. Otherwise it's just like, no thanks. I can't. Right, like with freaking ZZZ, if you watch the VOD when it came out, when I tried it on stream, I was like so bored of that shit so quick. It didn't help that like literally like a couple hours later, a different game that I've been wanting to play also came out there. And the sad part is that game was a turn-based game and had better hack and slash combat than CCC. A fucking turn-based game. And I would rather play that turn-based game instead. I mean, HSR is just like, I've played so many turn-based games, and HSR is just a really terrible turn-based game. Like, if I put it up to comparison to, like, all the other stuff I've played before, it's like, why the fuck would I want to play this shit when I can play a bunch of other things instead? But yeah. I mean, that's, I guess, the difference that when you're there to, like, when you're trying to play a game to try to actually play a fucking game rather than the other reasons. With a lot of these gacha games, you just get very disappointed very, very easily. And you just can't be bothered. But like, yeah, it is what it is. Alright, Daffodil gets the bond point there. Alright, so that's another thing off the list. Let's get the Witch's House buff. Alright, we gotta get all the dailies done. You don't have access to your healer, you just added auto regen during the fight. Like, what are you doing? Maybe you raise the healer not only to not be able to use when they add auto regen, yeah. Imagine having beetle coins. Alright, yeah, chaos in 2 days.
Welcome, your path ahead is
And all the resources we built up just gone. Get the crit damage there, don't matter. Here's a lost tail. Oh, that one. Whatever. Okay. You have no control on yourself. That's not good. That is not good. You know, probably just like actually get to looking at some of the reacts in the React backlog today. Because there's not really much else I need to do. I already finished all the missions that I needed to get done in Heist. Like, I could farm more Heist, but I don't really want to just keep farming Heist right now. Yeah. And I gotta like get working on the freaking chaos videos as well. Oh, I got some extra beetle coins. On the 27th, okay. What day is the 27th? Oh, that's Saturday, okay. Hopefully we should be fine for that then. So we can like look at that live and deal with the stuff there too. Wait, why did I go back here? I just looted that. I don't even know what I'm thinking. Or doing. Alright, we just gotta double check to make sure everything is done. Yeah, we're good for realm upgrade. We got our fluffy thing there. And then we gotta open our stuff here. Yeah. They're pretty good with, like, keeping this stuff locked down. Which isn't too surprising. Alright, so we got the stuff there. Anything else I need here? Or do I just start looking through reacts again? I think we just go through some reacts. Alright, I'll see you around then, Buns. I'll see you around then as well, Tayose. Wait, can I get anything built up?
Black Mimosa had a good dream.
Clarity. Obsession. Disillusion.
I need to get some EXP materials there. Okay, there's Hunter's Crucible. Are all the bosses available now? Or is it just we're still missing the last one? Why do... Okay. That was weird. Right, that was a very weird. But... that was not the skill I thought I was... I gotta restart it. Something did not feel right.
Going?
Wait, when did that get changed?
5 more minutes.
That's not supposed to be there. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
All go home early today.
Rest for a moment. Everything will fall as unreal.
Watch your step. Time to eat. Leave it to
They should be. They should have stuff at Anime Expo. They were like, inviting creators to go for their Anime Expo as well. I don't know how many people like signed up or applied for it. But they have stuff going on there, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, they should have something going on for Anime Expo. I believe they do. Like, they were giving away in the creator Discord, like passes and stuff for it. Not like I'd be going, that's in a completely different country. And also, I can't go anyways, even if I wanted to.
Today, Black Mimosa had a good dream. Do
Alright.
Me! I'm ready to go!
Clarity.
There's Hathor.
Obsession. Disillusion.
Alright, let's go do another one. But yeah, lucky them. Alright, let's go kill this thing. Alright, should be nice and easy. How far do you plan on going though for Chaos? I'm in Canada, not in California. I don't know.
Selfless, formless.
Any spoken states must not be.
Get it! Black Mimosa. Let's all go home early.
Avon, good luck. Right, hopefully you get lucky with your pulls. If you win early.
Black Mimosa can handle it. Black Mimosa won't lose.
Hey, pick up some of your own
I won't be there.
Black Mimosa. Black Mimosa. Angry. Go.
Yep, that is correct. I would... Depending on your setup, I would go after his A6 over the second one.
Good thing I'm not late. I'm right.
Black Mimosa can handle it.
Hey, pick up some of your own.
Sleepy. Bad.
Alright, we got that done. Yeah, like, depending on the setup. I believe his A2, the way it works in practice, yeah. His A2 is the one that gives him more damage on Warrant, right? Yeah, because Warrant is a unique damage multiplier that he gets, the Warrant debuff. So, like, yeah, it's pretty strong when you get the thing to boost it further. That one as well. But getting instant access to his charge attack when he uses ult is also pretty big. Because that's like where a big chunk of his damage is from. And this is not available yet.
Today, Lacrimosa had a good...
Recipient confirmed.
But yeah, you're gonna want to make sure you get the arc for him though. So keep that in mind. Alright, we can do a 10 pull in standard banner. Oh, nothing good here. Just crap. Oh well. I'm at 372 now out of 720. A little over halfway towards getting another character selected out here. I need to get Geo on and Fadia so I can have a full collection. Still missing those. Yeah, I needed do bagel stuff at some point too. And then we can get, as well when he comes, we can get his arc too. 2 more days. Right, just 2 more days. And I should have more than enough to get both. Yeah, what's my pity at? Yeah. I should be able to get it.
What's going on? Did I drink too much?
I mean, I'm gonna do stuff. I'm gonna get Shinko anyways as well, don't worry. I'll be fine, don't worry. And then I'm gonna also have to, like, figure out how I'm gonna get the Shinko stuff out too. It is crazy though, it's just like, we get another freaking Cosmos unit. We're getting another Cosmos main DPS unit. Like, it feels bad for Chiz. It's just get freaking replaced so quickly. It'd be nice if they made her gas, but I don't think her arc is gonna be gas type.
Me? I'm here.
Like, cause if they gave her a gas type arc, you would just use this. You would just give her the Chiz weapon. Right, imagine. If they made her gas. Right, you would just put that on her. Because, like, yeah. It's a nice, strong arc. It gives... So he has 2 life skills. One of them lets you have a second teleporter on the map. The other one is... It just makes fishing easier. Yeah. But it'd be crazy though, like they made her Cosmos and I think gas.
Today, Lacrimosa had a
Right,
good
it's a
dream.
gas. I didn't
Me?
gas check.
I'm here.
Yeah, I just double checked. It's a gas. If they made her Cosmos and Gas, you just put his arc on Chicken. That would be crazy if people do that, if that's what they do. They're like, here, Cosmos and Gas. That'd be funny. Let me beat the thing up there. But yeah, there's not really anything else left to do. Because, like, yeah. We just waiting for stuff. Which is good. It's just, the downside is like when you're just streaming for content. I need to drag things out. Oh yeah, I need to do the Bailey date thing. Gotta get Hattori her stuff up. I mean, that's just what happens. I mean, part of it is just the amount of time we spend on this stuff regularly. So, like, of course. Like, that's kind of just the downside as well when you're playing stuff on stream for content rather than on your own. It changes how, like, it just changes the dynamic of everything. And how you go about doing things. Like, it just changes things. Especially when you're trying to, like, on one hand, it's like you're trying to do stuff ahead of time just so you can be, like, so you won't be behind, but yeah. But, like, for other people, it's probably not really a big deal. But yeah, like, that's just what happens. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Let me just, like, look through the React section on my Discord, see what we can pull up. We could probably do some of that stuff instead. Oh, I got an idea, actually, what we can do. And then I'll just put the player, like, over top of NTE. So we're, like, watching it inside. Or something, I don't know. Okay, not that one. This one. Refine the TV first. No, I think we can get a better view upstairs with the one upstairs. This TV is way too small. For like how far back this stuff is, that screen is way too small. That's way too small. Right, like this is a lot more appropriate. I would still prefer it like a bit closer. Honestly, I got so used to like watching stuff on a screen this big from like this close, because these days I watch content on my glasses, so it's just like I basically get this experience, like kind of. But yeah, like this is the experience. So, like the whole thing is in my view, instead of like this experience. I already finished the stuff there in the heist. Reset didn't happen yet. I'm on North America server. Alright, so here's what we'll do. We can do this, or right. Do I have a chair I can put down somewhere? No, I do not. I want to move this closer. But, like, it's like, the carpet here and everything is nice, but it's just like so far. Ah, fuck it. We'll just put it here. We'll sit down here. Okay. So we got Lacrimosa just sitting down there. Let me get my video player up here. Oh, let me just get a window for Grey J. Alright, let me just get the window here. Window capture. Okay, let me just adjust this. How do we get this to look a bit better? That way, like, it looks like they're, like, watching the TV. There. Hide the UI. Perfect. We can put the video player here. Or wait. So I just put that there. I need to put it underneath my model. One sec. There we go. Okay, I don't know why my model's lagging there. Whatever. We're wasting so many resources because NTE is being a fully ray traced, path traced, everything at the same time. Honestly, I should turn off ray tracing. It's not like we need full ray tracing here. That is like a super overkill. And it's like a tanking performance. Right. It's just so we can get this perspective here. Don't look at here, look at the, there. Rotoscope without roto. Okay, let's see. What's this like? Calling phone numbers you should never call. Alright, let's see this. I'm using GrayJ as like the YouTube video player here.
All right, everybody. Today we are going to be looking for the most concerning phone numbers we could possibly find and giving them a call. Typically, it's not a good idea to call them with your main phone number, so I'm going to be using a burner number on Google Voice to do this because you never know who is going to try and do something with your phone number, whether that's a SIM swapping thing or just constantly calling you with loan offers every single day. So yeah, we're going to just avoid that from happening on my main phone. But without further ado, let's begin. I think what we need to do is try and find a list of numbers online. I think that's what we're gonna start with. Let's see. Let's start by typing dangerous phone numbers, and then we'll go from there.
Damn.
We could find like a TikTok or something. Most dangerous numbers list. Okay, this one is actually pretty recent, so these could be fresh numbers. Okay, apparently this one right here calls you 3 times from different numbers. We'll start with this one. See if they even answer. We're also gonna be trying to call like scammers and stuff like that too, so stay tuned as well. I'm gonna be trying to cover a lot of ground in this video. All right, we're gonna call this number now. Instantly hangs up. Okay. By the way, I should probably mention, if you don't know already, I'm wearing an eye patch not because I'm LARPing. I literally had eye surgery. Just throwing that out there. In case anyone was wondering. We'll hear sounds of execution.
No, because he's LARPing. Okay.
I hope I don't.
Hopefully it's better soon, then.
State your name after the tone, and Google Voice
Home
will
Depot
try to connect
Jr.
Home
Hey,
Depot.
Is this Home Depot? Call me back. I need a wrench. Where are they taking me?
The Google subscriber you have called is not available.
Bruh.
Please leave a message after the tone.
Hey, is this Home Depot Jr.? I need a wrench. A small one. Call me back.
He needs a small wrench.
Man. Let's keep calling. So far, 2 for 2. Not working on this TikTok. Okay, let's find another one. Maybe a more reliable source. All right, this guy seems pretty trustworthy.
All right, so up first.
Okay. I don't want it to be spoiled. Just call it. I'll just be a random dude. Okay.
This number is actually dedicated to the movie Carrie.
Oh, it's a movie number.
Apparently, Japan scientists took
what the hell, bro?
3 years to splice an orange for a peculiar sweet, super sweet taste.
Please, bro, what are the point of these TikToks if you can't even actually call them? Why they lie?
They needed it to be a very specific sweet taste, so they spent 3 years on that. I mean, that's not super crazy. Don't like food scientists do that with all sorts of things all the time.
If you call the number like this,
bro, you're fucking lying. All right, we need to go to YouTube. Phone numbers you should not call. All right, Sambucha. I'm just gonna call this one without even watching it.
We could not complete your call.
Doesn't work. What about this dude? Isn't that like an Orlando area code? We better call Disney.
You've reached Sprinkles the Clown. I'm not here to take your call. Leave me a message, I'll call you back.
Hey man, we have a lot of catching up to do. Give me a call back, thanks. Hope we get a call back from Sprinkles the Clown. What? That was the first one to actually work, though. We got a voicemail, so now I'm on a list. Maybe I'll get a call back. Let's try to dial this one, but I really don't think it's
sure. Lots of
sixes. Not complete your call.
Doesn't work. Stop putting these on the list. Okay, this is another one. Here we go.
Hi, you have reached the residence of Murray Bauman. Mom, if this is you, please hang up and call me between the hours of 5 and 6 p.m. as previously discussed.
Damn.
If this is Joyce, thank you for calling. I've been trying to reach you. I have an update. It's about, well, it's probably best if we speak in person. It's not good or bad, but it's something. If this is anyone but my mother or Joyce, well, you think you're real clever getting my number, don't you? Well, you're not clever. You're not special. You are simply one of the many, many, many nimwits to call here, and the closest you will ever get to me is this pre-recorded message. So at the beep, do me a favor, hang up, and never call here again. You are a parasite. Thank you, and good day.
Damn.
Sorry, this mailbox is full and
what?
cannot accept.
Damn, I just got fucking roasted into oblivion right there. I was just listening to the guy on the fucking YouTube short, man. One more phone number from this guy. Let's see. So hard to do with one eye. Oh my god. All right, here we go. It's not even ringing. Oh, Echo. Hey. Pick up, brother. I feel like I'm feel like I'm talking Tom right now. All right, none of these numbers fucking worked really, except for that one voicemail. I'm calling another one right now. I'm just literally, if I see a phone number, I'm calling it. I don't need any context at all as to what it is. I'm going in raw. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna watch another Sambuchi right now. Let's call this one.
The Google subscriber you have called is not available.
Bro, someone's gotta answer at some point.
Okay, let's call this next one. Instant.
Oh, I think I know why my model's lagging. It's because I have freaking GPU scheduling turned on in Windows settings again. I would have to like reboot my PC to turn off GPU scheduling and then it'll probably fix it. That's probably why.
Decline. Okay, it seems to me a lot of these YouTube shorts and TikToks listing numbers, they don't even fucking work. If you get random phone calls on a daily basis, your number is most likely compromised. Data brokers are making purchases for our information without us
this is
even
an ad.
out for any wrinkles. I think we called that one. Associated with Annabelle. Is this like a movie number or something? It's not even letting me copy it. Okay, I guess we just have to dial it. Apparently we're calling Annabelle now.
We could not complete your call.
Fuck you. Associated with death.
Associated with death, okay.
Mean? We calling the Grim Reaper? Didn't even dial. Okay, this is also the fucking same too. Let's see, we gotta dig a little deeper. Let's do 676-767-6767. Anyone answers right now?
That's complete your
Too good to be true. Alright, we're gonna keep going, dude.
Morse code.
Hello? Hello? Alright, just traveled back into the 1940s or something. Okay, we need to find something crazy, though. Like, we're gonna have to look at Tumblr in a second.
I think I'll just close NTE, that'll probably help.
If you're hearing it, I'll just myself in the head.
What? Oh, call me back right now, bruh. What kind of voicemail is that? Let's listen to some of my voicemails. Maybe I'm on a list now.
Stadium, call me.
I can get a bigger Gray J there.
We got leaked.
Yo, Tranium, call me back, make a video about us, and respond to me.
About us.
We're reaching out to verify your identity because you recently requested a payment plan or checked your purchasing power.
I did not do that. Who's getting loans with my phone number?
Hello. Okay, I'm kidding. I am a huge fan of your videos.
Shout out to y'all calling me, man.
I want you to call this number back, please.
Hold on. Let me call the sketch ones first. Dude, how many of you guys called me, man?
Yo, Tranium.
Dude. Okay, that sounds fucking haunted. We're calling that one.
Okay.
Answer the damn phone.
Please leave your message.
No.
Okay.
Yo, Oscar, please pick up, man. I want to talk to my favorite boy.
What? Favorite boy? Okay.
Okay, then.
Prank calling me, man. Okay, let's keep looking. We have to find... Uh-oh, I'm getting a call back. Who's calling me back? Hello?
Who is this?
Who are you?
You called me, so who are you?
Wait, I called you?
Yeah, I'm calling you back to see who the fuck you are.
Who the fuck are you? Yo.
Random ass motherfucker.
And who are you,
I'm gonna
though?
fuck your girlfriend if you call me back again. You better watch out, bitch.
You don't even know where I live, motherfucker. Wait, hold on. I'm calling you back. You cannot threaten me like that.
Your call has been forwarded
What?
to voicemail.
They're on
The person
D&D.
you find-
I'm gonna spam them a little bit. Dude, I hate motherfuckers that threaten you and then hang up before you could even say anything back.
Damn.
Hello, this is Steve with Chase Bank. I'm returning a phone call.
Oh, I don't have a bank, so you got the wrong number.
We do offer a $200 bonus if you sign up today.
I don't believe that.
I'm just kidding.
I
You threaten my
believe
fucking
that.
girlfriend and then you hang up on me, you little pussy. Why are
Yeah,
you?
I'm gonna go fuck her.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. She's touching my right now.
Okay, bro. All right.
Okay,
couldn't-
now don't call back or
Who
she's gonna do
knows
more
with the
than
lady?
fucking
Okay, shut up. Shut up, dude. Why do you sound like that? You have a tube in your throat?
I have a in my throat and it feels
Okay,
wonderful.
dude. All right, I'm done. I'm
Okay.
done, dude. Who is that? Okay, that's literally some random ass number. I'm not even kidding. I never got a voicemail from them, and I'm pretty sure I called it from one of those lists on one of those shorts. What the hell was that? Looks like I'd be a manic hacker and just sim swap me tomorrow. Good thing it's a Google Voice number. Actually, don't need to worry that much. It's different when someone's trying to sim swap you and your phone number is attached to like bank accounts and stuff. You know, that's what fucking terrifies me. The guy that hacked me on Twitter before, he actually got arrested for that. That is my biggest fear. I actually got the call back though. That's actually insane. What is this one?
Hello?
Oh my god, we have to call him back. We have to.
Please leave your message for...
All right, that's it. A lot of those were duds, but we did get an interesting couple of phone numbers from that. Okay, let's do Pinterest phone numbers. I could have sworn I already made an account, but it's not. Did I do this one before? No, that's a Rick roll. Call this number if you have the guts. Let's take you on that. It just instantly hung up. Okay, on another one though. It was bound to happen. All right, we got a bunch of more. Holy fuck, we can call Freddy Fazbear.
This is dial-up?
I don't know why I'm just dealing with it. What? It sounded like they answered. Well, I'm gonna call back. Okay. My bad, bro. My bad. Stop calling me. We call another one then, man. My bad.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Oscar Gage.
Please stay on the line.
What? He wasn't fucking with my name. Look at this text conversation right here. We're gonna have to call the man himself. Pick up, sir.
Your call has been forwarded to an audio.
Just dialing shit until something happens. What the fuck is this?
Okay, what is he calling next?
Behind this. You have my attention.
We sent your call to our voice message system.
Mavry
Oh my god, we will not be. Never mind. Never mind. I thought it was gonna be a
So when are we gonna get to
Let's go on Craigslist and see if we can find
the crazy
like,
numbers?
Weird listings.
Is he just
Looking up
calling random
products on
numbers he
Craigslist
sees?
Right now. I want to see if anything looks suspicious. I think this is gonna be a dud. Holt's phone number Reddit. The Satanic Temple. Is this just a store though? What am I about to call right now?
Abby? Thank you for calling the Satanic
Why was I
Advice
sent
Hotline.
this?
We'll be
It's
able
just
to
like
answer
going
your
nowhere.
question, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
He
Maybe.
got guts.
I want to learn how to use a Ouija board. Call me back. Hopefully I get a call back at some point. This is important. How do I open the Dybbuk box? What am I doing? I'm calling Colts now? Okay, there's no phone numbers on this one, but this is an actual Church of Satan. Okay, that's fucked. Okay. Where are we? We're going in the pits of hell right now.
Okay.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
Fucking Shanna. Try this one.
Dynamics and Scientology, must be.
Oh, this is Scientology?
Yeah.
Hi, you guys keep sending me stuff. I just wanted to call and see if you guys can stop.
Oh, okay. What are you receiving?
Just pamphlets. Are you able to do that or no?
Yeah, I just need to make sure that I have the correct address from where they're coming from so I can connect you up to the right department. Can you give me the address that you're receiving the mail from? Like the church address?
I actually don't have them on me.
So I don't want to transfer you to the wrong department. If you can just, when you're
So I'm gonna keep getting mail?
What you could do is you can send an email in the meantime. But let me start by giving you the address,
Okay.
the website address, or the email address. So it's Los Angeles at Scientology.net.
Okay. All right. Thank you so
cool.
much.
You're welcome.
I'm
Bye-bye.
in your walls.
Just randomly called Scientology.
I didn't want to say I'm gonna raid her fucking Scientology building. I know it's like a thing, but I don't want them to trace me down for threatening them. I was resisting the urge. In this Reddit, they were saying it's a
Yeah, that's
literal number,
customer
like an
service,
actual
alright.
person picked the damn phone up, but they didn't even specify that it was Scientology. That was honestly a surprise. I was not expecting that. We might have to go to the Better Business Bureau and call scammers. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. Tech support phishing?
You have reached us after business hours.
What?
Please call us between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I missed it by like 20 minutes. That's okay. There's got to be places that are still open. These are scams that are apparently located in Nevada, so I don't know why they're basing it off of Eastern Standard Time. This is a fake McAfee antivirus.
Okay.
The person you're calling is unavailable.
Fuck you. Okay, Geek Squad. Okay, let's call this one. I was notified that my credit card was charged for some Geek Squad charge. I called to cancel since it is not my address, and they would not unless I logged into a certain website, which I would not do. Smart man. However, I am not so smart.
Thank you for calling customer support. How can I help you?
Hi, is this
Okay.
Geek Squad?
Yeah, this is Geek Squad. How can I help you?
Hi, so I just got a text that my credit card was charged, and I do not recognize the charge.
All right, I can see, sir, the charge which you receive is for an antivirus protection from the Geek Squad. Do you want to cancel the charge?
Yes.
Could you just take your time and be next to your computer so I can help you with the cancellation form?
Yep, I'm already on my computer.
Okay, first of all, I want you to open up a Google Chrome browser or Microsoft Edge.
Okay.
Ultraviewer.net.
Gotcha. I'm on to you, buddy. yourself. What are you trying to do? You guys do not have antivirus. Geek Squad
Yeah.
antivirus. Come on, dude. He was claiming they had a branded Geek Squad antivirus. Are we that fucking gullible, dude? During that call, I was trying to figure out like what desktop background I should change it to before he connects to my PC, but I decided to just call him out on it. What should we change our desktop background to? Let's just do an uncanny image. What is this? Should we just make our desktop background this? Oh, it's a WebP file. Fuck's the most-
No, you gotta do what you gotta do to fuck with them is you pretend that they're connecting to a Windows machine, but you have like a Zorin OS or something, so it's skinned to look like Windows, but you're on Linux. But yeah, welcome Raiders. We're just going through my React backlog right now because we finished the stuff in NTE earlier. After we looked at the ToF test server. But welcome Raiders there. Plus 4 million viewers. But yeah. Right, then after then we have like Chaos coming out next week. And then other stuff there too. People are apparently saying maybe we'll get a live stream on Saturday or something next week. So that'll be cool. But for some reason someone sent me a react where this guy just calls a bunch of random numbers. And now he's trying to call scammers for some reason.
Most random desktop backgrounds. See if they even bat an eye. Maybe I call them back and just go with it. Fucking creepy, dude. All right, maybe we call back and let him connect.
Thank you for calling support. This is David. I am here to assist you. How can I help you today?
Hi, David who?
This is David from McAfee Customer Support.
Oh, sorry. This might be the wrong number. I was trying to call Geek Squad. Oh, man. We're going to call again.
Thank you for calling support. My name is Gary Wilson. How may I help you today?
Hey, Gary Wilson. This is Talking Tom. I'm calling because I got a Geek Squad charge on my credit card that I do not recognize.
And why are you using a internet line?
An internet line? Oh, he knows I'm using Google Voice? How the f does he know that? Oh, these guys are high tech, huh? Some of them are desperate enough to not even think about looking into that.
Hi, a very good day to you. Thank you for calling.
Yeah,
customer
Indian
support.
scammer.
My name
Here's
is
another
Alex.
one.
How can I help you today?
Hey, Alex, this is Talking Tom. I just recently got a text for a Geek Squad charge on my credit card that I do not recognize.
I want you to open up your Google Chrome.
Okay.
So you need to type in over there www.
Yep.
U as in umbrella.
Or your mother. What else is it, Alex? Hello? Dude, why are you just sitting there in silence, you fucking idiot? What the hell? Oh, you can tell that guy was getting furious, but he was trying to hold it in. He was...
Thank you for calling customer support. How can I help you?
Hello, this is Taco Bell.
Oh, Taco Bell?
Yeah. Idiot. Okay, we're gonna keep spamming.
Thank you for calling support. This is Gary Wilson. How may I help you today?
Hi, I just got a credit card charge.
And how much amount you have been charged for?
It says $308.
And can you please confirm your name?
Talking Tom?
Talking Tom.
Dude, that guy in the background was getting so mad.
Thank you for calling customer support. This is Josh. How may I help you?
Hey, Josh. My name's Josh, too. What? All right, we're calling them again. Okay, gotta put a voice on.
Yes, thank you for getting connected with customer support. It's me, Jamie. How can I help you today?
Hi, Jamie. I have a credit card charge for Geek Squad.
And what was the charge, sir? Could you please let me know that?
308.
All right, sir. Just give me a moment.
Okay. Oh, my back.
The Geek Squad has provided you like a premium subscription in order to renew that. So you want to continue with that, sir? You want to cancel that?
What even is a Geek Squad?
Geek Squad basically that provides PC plan, like a PC protection, so that help you out to protect from the suspicious activities and from viruses.
How did that even happen? I never did that.
You never did that. So maybe like you received a pop-up over there from the Geek Squad and somehow you click on allow or accept. So that's why the Geek Squad free trial has started. So now it's ended. So you want to continue that, sir? Or you want to cancel
Definitely
that?
not. What? No.
You don't. Okay, all right, sir. So like in order to cancel that, we have you to provide you a cancellation server so that help you out to cancel that. So do you have the laptop or computer in that situation?
I have my computer.
You are at the computer. Which computer do you have? It's from the Mac or it's from the Windows?
I think it's the Google Chromebook.
It's a Chromebook.
Yeah.
All right, sir. So you have to know that the Chromebook is not a compatible device. You maybe have a like a desktop.
Before I go get my laptop, because I mean my legs are not in good shape. I'm getting a little old. Can I ask what you're gonna do?
As you told me that you don't have any compatible device. So apart from this, do you
I have
any
another
that,
laptop,
like,
a
any other
Windows.
device?
What do you plan on doing though? Because I got charged money.
Just give me a moment, so I will help you out. Okay.
Okay. Oh, you
Then he hung up.
Because I was groaning too much, huh? What if I'm in near-death pain? Dude, I feel like my fucking old man voice sucks, dude. I gotta do it more. No! Hey! That's so bad. Okay, we need to find a different number. I feel like the jig is up. How did he not hang up when I kept saying, what in the...
Important security message from Microsoft support.
Oh, it's one of these.
Your computer has
Not
been
today.
locked up.
I actually
Please
can't
call
even
Microsoft
tab out.
support
I can't even tab out.
Please do not attempt to shut down or restart your computer, doing that may lead to data loss and identity theft.
I can't even leave the
Dude, they're
screen,
forcing
dude.
fake key
I can't even
presses.
tab out of this. I'm trying. Control
Your
Alt Delete
IP address was used
F11.
with Obtain's network and identity
Dude,
theft
shut
virus.
up.
To
I'm gonna call
unlock
the
Windows
number.
computer,
Oh my god, we have to restart
please
the
do
VM.
not attempt to shut down.
Yeah, watch me. Nothing is gonna happen to my computer, okay? We're still gonna call the number though. Right, don't mind this wallpaper, guys. I just it's for the scammers to see. We're gonna call the number.
We will get back to you once our team is available.
Really? Oh my god. I'll wait for that. They're gonna call me in 48 hours. Apple scam.
Okay.
Hello? Motherfuckers, man. Cash App scam.
Thanks for getting connected. PayPal, how can I help you today?
Hi, PayPal. I got a text about a charge that I didn't make.
Do you have a computer or a laptop?
Yes, I have a computer. How is that going to help cancel my charge?
Sir, if you're willing to cancel your charges, you need to just simply be in front of your computer. Okay, so are you sitting next to your computer right now, sir?
Yeah, I'm sitting in front of it, not next to it.
Okay, and what can you see on your computer screen, sir?
I see the Google currently.
Do you see a little magnifying glass with the search panel?
Yes.
Type it over there, quick assist.
Quick assist. Okay, it's loading at the moment.
Okay.
I don't know why it's taking so long to load.
Once it's loading, okay, so it take a little bit
They're
time.
using the
Once you see
freaking
anything,
Windows
just do let me know,
built-in
okay?
stuff then. Okay.
It's still loading. Is there anything else we can do?
Okay, sir, you need to wait for a little bit time, so it will come up.
Man, I don't got time for this. Is there anything you could do to reverse the charge on your end? It's not working. Please, I
Okay,
need
sir,
this.
You need to wait
I need
for
this,
it.
man. Oh my
He just hung
god.
up.
Dude, they're using quick assist. This shit ain't even opening. What am I supposed to do in that situation? Literally not even working.
Yeah,
Use
freaking
AnyDesk or
Microsoft.
something.
Thank you for calling customer support. How can I help you today?
Hi, is this the Apple?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Why are you not answering?
Right now, your line is being connected to Psychology Customer Support. How can I help you?
Psychology?
Sir, right now, your line is being connected to Psychology Customer Support. How can I help you?
Psychology?
Psychology, sir. Psychology.
Psychology.
Repeat after me. Psychology.
What?
Are you a mother chicken? I think she is. We might have to call her back. Hold on. What the hell was she saying? It's so quiet. Scientology?
Thank you for calling Apple Support. This is Jake. How may I help you?
There we go. Apple support. How's it going?
All right.
Apparently, I won an iPad for free. I just got a text and it told me to call this number.
Right. Can you please read out whole text for me?
It says, congratulations, you have won iPad. Call this number to claim.
Is this your cell phone number registered with your account ending with 2364?
Yep, that's the one.
All right.
Is it true? Did I win?
No, sir.
What?
Just allow me a minute. Let me pull up your details on my system.
I'm only here for the iPad, man. You guys promised.
All right. Over here, I can see that on your Apple account, there is some suspicious activities going on.
But the iPad has nothing to do with that.
No, that is scam. You have to block that message.
Oh, and you guys are the official Apple support. Okay, I thought it was like
You are connected with Apple support.
Oh, okay. I thought this was like a random lottery for an iPad.
No, sir. I can see that your Apple account has been logged in on 3 multiple locations: California, United States, and New Zealand. Have you been there on these locations before?
I've been to Bangkok, Thailand before.
Your information has been compromised. They are using your Apple account in their devices on different locations, and they are trying to buy a pre-authorized transaction.
Oh, so that's starting to make sense why I'm getting the iPad text.
I will show you the locations first, on which different locations your Apple account has been logged in.
But you already told me.
Yeah, just hold on. 9 locations I can see over here.
Wait, 9 now? So 6
9,
more
damn.
since we've been on the phone call?
Yes, sir. I can see on my server that, and there are total 3 charges made under your Apple account. Do you know about that?
No. Wait, what is your name?
This is Jack Wilson.
Jack Wilson. I seriously need your help, man.
First of all, put me on speaker.
Okay, you're on speaker. I'm with my son right now. I think he wants to say hi because you're helping him. Sorry, he's... Okay, that was fucking stupid. Why did I ruin that? Why did I actually ruin that? I'm self-sabotaging you. It's about to connect. Why did I have to bring the
Okay.
fake imaginary son into it?
Hey, what's up?
Fucking That's stupid. I got blocked, dude. I fumbled that so hard. Oh, I got blocked.
They're just blocking him.
I think I
Okay.
was just getting a little impatient. He just kept saying 9 more locations. Dude, just get to the fucking point, man. Okay.
Thank you for reaching Apple. This is Slade. How can I help you?
Hi, what was your name?
Slade Wilson.
Slade Wilson. Hi, this is Talking Tom. I'm calling because I got a $549 charge. I didn't make that charge at all. Must have been like 3 different iPads or something.
3 different iPads, you say? What does the security alert say?
It says it was a payment initiated from Bellevue. WA through hardware not enrolled on your Apple ID.
What am I supposed to do with that?
I don't know. It literally says to call this number. So what are you gonna do about it, Slade Wilson?
Okay.
Fuck yourself, mother chicken. Dude, these guys are getting they're getting lazy, dude.
Yeah, they're getting lazy.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Insta block, huh? To be fair, too, these guys have been getting spam calls from other people on this forum before I even came along, so they're probably just furious already. They're just ready to hang up. Geek Squad Imposter.
Damn.
Please leave your message for 81.
Man, just keep calling.
Slade Wilson.
Thanks for getting connected with the customer support. How may I help you?
Hi, I think my computer has been infected with some sort of the malwares or something. Oh my god. Come on. The malwares.
The
Okay, makes sense why that didn't work.
Hello.
Hi, is this Geek Squad?
Yep, this is Geek Squad.
I noticed a unauthorized charge on my account and it texted me that I should call you.
So you want to cancel this transaction?
Yes, it's $600 and I really need it to pay my bills.
Okay, so can you just take your time and just be in front of your computer?
Okay.
Okay, look at on your keyboard on your left hand side, bottom corner of your keyboard.
Yep.
Do you see there is a CTRL key, control key?
Yeah.
And just next to the control key, what key do you see?
Windows?
Okay, and just next to the Windows key?
Alt?
So you need to press the Windows key from the one finger, and from the another finger you need to press the letter R as in Robert. So you need to press 2 keys at the same time.
So
Sure.
Control
And now tell me-
Windows R?
Windows and the letter R.
Okay.
And now tell me, what do you see?
It says type the name of a program, folder, document, or internet resource and Windows will open it for you.
So you need to type over there
wait, listen.
www.3w's and a dot. S
I
as in
see.
sugar,
Yep.
U as an umbrella, R as in Roger, E as an echo, E as an echo.com. Now you hit enter from your keyboard. Now tell me, what do you see?
I see a website for remote desktop.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Hold the line.
Okay, acting like they're busy and shit. They really want to connect.
Okay, no worries. So what we will do, we will cancel it from our side. No need to worry about that, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a lovely day to you then.
You
Bye-bye.
too, mother chicken. You too. You too. Wait, before you hang up. Stop laughing like a goat. Ah! Dude, he was onto me because I didn't fucking press enter on the run box. He knew instantly. Wait, who tried to call me while I was in that call? Why did they call me and then as soon as I call them back, they hang up?
The subscriber you are trying to reach is not available.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, let's call the other guy back that was laughing like a goat.
Please leave.
That is going to conclude the video. I am
Alright, let's go see another. What else was that, babe? My god. They tried internet's favorite browser. What is this? I don't know. I mostly just use Brave. It works for me. Thanks to follow as well, Shiro
There's
Karasu
a chance
VJ.
I may have finally found the objective, scientifically peer-reviewed best browser. And there are tons of browsers out there on the internet. I've tried a lot of the popular options like Brave and Firefox, but as I kept trying one after another, they all kind of felt the same after a while. Most of the differences pretty much boiled down to how much privacy one gives you over the other or what kinds of settings you can tinker with. In all of my experimenting, I never came away with the feeling of, aha, finally, the browser to rule all browsers. Maybe there just isn't a best browser. But one day, as I was wondering the lands of the browsers,
AI copied her video with an Asian guy with the same title. Damn.
subreddit, I stumbled
That's
across
unfortunate.
this bracket. A battle royale where the most dedicated browser nerds of the internet came together and voted for what they think is the best browser. In the final matchup was Firefox
Zen and
versus
Firefox?
this other one called Zen. I've never even heard of Zen before, but somehow this thing
Okay, so just stock Firefox? Not like any of the Firefox forks, just Firefox? So like, oh wait, no, we got Florp. Florp, lost to Brave, never mind. It's There's some of them there. They just freaking didn't make it through.
Beat Firefox with a whopping 2,500 votes. And if Zen came out on top, then there's gotta be something there. Either this actually is the scientifically proven best browser ever, or the Reddit browser nerds are way out of touch. Which one is it? Either way, I had to find out. So I went to Zen's official page to grab an installer, and wow. Just looking at the first page, I was already liking what I was seeing. It's got a clean design. There's even an animated preview of it. It certainly looks different compared to most other browsers. Whether that'll be a good or bad thing, I won't know until I use it for myself. Immediately, alarm bells started sounding off at the tabs being on the left side instead of the top like everything else. That means I'd have to completely rewire my brain from decades of mental conditioning. Now I can't.
I mean, you can do vertical tabs on other browsers.
If I wanted something that felt like the next browser I pull out of a hat, I wouldn't be here. So I sucked it up for a bit and carried on. Maybe I'd get used to it. The next thing to do, of course, was to try out some good old internet browsing. That's what you do. It's called a browser. But where's my search bar? It's not at the top either. Oh wait, it's here in the sidebar. Interesting. A lot of changes I'm experiencing here. Don't know if I like it. Zen's front page promises a calmer internet, but so far I was mostly experiencing anxiety from everything being so different. Not that I put much stock on slogans anyways. If I did that, it'd take me ages.
It looks like it would just take more inputs to do stuff.
My apprehension was turned right around when I went to open a new tab. If you've tried using other browsers like Edge or Opera, you know how they love blasting you with a bunch of news feeds and sponsors. Instead of opening an entire new page, Zen just gives you the search bar right away. No ads, no sponsors, no questions asked. Now, there's the calmer internet I was promised. Some people like to keep their favorite pages like their email or YouTube in that new tab page though. It's an easy way to head straight to your sites without having to type anything into the search bar. It saves you time. Now that's where this essential section in the tab bar comes in. I'll admit, this feature actually piqued my curiosity quite a bit when I saw it in the previews. You just pin your tabs up there and just let them live there permanently, ready to go whenever you need them. I won't lie to you, I'm a tab freak. I am that person that has no less than 30 tabs open all at once, and at least 20.
30? At least it's not like 300. 30 is like whatever. At least it's not like 300 or something.
% of those are probably duplicates. This feature was made for me. So I went and got all those everyday sites that I use and threw them straight into my essentials. Now if I need them, it's just a single click away. There's also this space section where you can keep other pinned tabs too. It's not that much different from the essentials, so I ended up using this for pages I need later, like a bookmark. Sure, some other browsers might let you group tabs, but with an actual dedicated section for my important stuff, this totally eliminates all the extra steps I need into having to right click, drag in my tabs, and all that stuff. Here, I can just drag and drop right into the sidebar. It's so easy. I'm calmer than I've ever been. As I got used to the tabs on the left, a serious problem arose. This thing on the side takes up way too much space. Tabs at the top don't compete with my screen, but tabs on the side, that's precious real estate. But eventually, I stumbled upon this toggle compact mode button in the corner. Clicked on it, and boom, the sidebar slid right out of the way. Now when I hover my mouse over the side, it slides back in. There when you need it, gone when I don't. Now my entire screen is just browser. It's so beautiful, perfect even. This just might be how browsers were always meant to be. I see the vision now of the sidebar thing. There's even a media player at the bottom for your YouTube videos or background music. No more hunting around for that tab to pause or skip a song. Except after using compact mode for a while, my brain forgot that I was still using a browser. It was stuck thinking that a browser has to have a search bar at the top. I would minimize it thinking it was an app, and then, hey, where did the browser go? Oh, wait, I just closed it. Which was a weird problem to have. Like, when you think you lost your phone, but it's been in your hand the whole time. Don't lie to me. I know you've done it too. Zen sure makes my browser look cleaner, but you know what would be nice? Something that helps me stay on top of the latest products I'm interested in. While researching stuff can be fun at times, it can also be overwhelming. So recently, I built a system in Make, today's sponsor, to help with that. Make is a visual automation platform where you can quality information, and because everything goes way clean as Zen, I'm back, old friend. I needed you. Now my sidebar has more breathing room and it feels way more natural to use. It makes you wonder why this isn't just the default layout. I mean, this sidebar is already tough to get used to, but even the search bar being on the side, one at a time, Zen, slow it down. Either way, since I was already here in the settings, I snooped around a bit in the privacy and security section. Despite being built off the same code base as Firefox, I noticed two huge differences here that set Zen apart. part. One of them was a lack of a data collection section, hidden all the way down at the bottom like Firefox does. To me, that meant either Zen does secret data collection without asking for your consent, or they simply don't collect data at all. So I went to do a quick search to see which one it was. There were some pretty cool features of Zen that I like so far, but if it was a browser that's being secretive about what's going on with my data, that's a huge red flag. And I'm happy to say, Zen just isn't interested in your data to begin with. Yeah, according to their privacy policy, they even went as far as ripping out the telemetry stuff that comes baked into Firefox. Now that's a browser looking out for its users. The next major difference was this do not track setting being on by default. Now past Betty would be happy to see this and proud, but according to some of you in the last browser video, turning this setting on can actually help websites identify you with something called fingerprinting. As opposed to cookies, which are stored in your browser, websites can grab information through your browser, like what OS you're using, your geolocation. And yes, even this tiny please don't track me setting. I found a website called fingerprint.com that actually tells you all of this. It can grab your IP, your location, even if you're using a VPN. I'm not gonna lie, that's sort of scary. But that's not all. According to this website, huge companies are partnered with them. Companies like Booking.com, banks, and even TikTok. Of course, they're trying to frame it as if they're making sure you're not a malicious user. But in 2026, I have a feeling there might be some other unspoken reasons why they might be collecting all that data. All that to say, websites and companies love to track you, and even if you ask nicely not to, they'll probably do it anyways.
Yep,
Whether
they're gonna
this
get around.
don't track me setting is on or off doesn't make a huge difference to anyone, so I just left it as it is. If there's one thing that annoys me about everyday browsing, it's links. They're necessary, they're everywhere, but clicking on one is a coin toss on if it'll cannibalize your current tab or pop open an entirely different one, especially in my emails. I'm always getting invite links, verification links, order tracking links, you name it. Of course, I, like many others, love to check where their long-awaited packages throughout the day. I need to know. But when I tried doing that with Zen, it did something interesting. Instead of opening a new tab, a new window popped up right on top of the page. And with this new window, I just look at the tracking, get disappointed that it won't arrive till next week, and close it right out. No
but it's
back buttons,
delivered.
no new tabs needed. Zen calls this feature the glance view. And as the name implies, it's designed for those pages you only really need to take a glance at. There's even a little icon that shows if you have a glance view open in that tab. They thought of everything. There was also something else I noticed about the glance view. When you open one, there's 3 buttons that show up at the side. One to close it out, one to expand it to a new tab, and one I didn't really know what that was. So naturally, I clicked on it. Suddenly, my browser was split in 2. I'd never seen a browser do that. It was literally like having a
doing it automatically. Like a lot of like Chromium-based browsers these days have that feature, the tab splitting.
tiling manager, but in my browser. Usually, if I needed to see multiple tabs at once,
wait, how far behind are you that you're seeing the freaking scammer thing there?
And then things
We're
would
reading
get
on a
real
different
messy
video.
real quick. I already have a hard enough time managing my tab hoard, but with Zen Split View, I could just keep everything neat and tidy in one place. I can have up to 4 different tabs on one window and adjust the tiling to however I like. This was crazy. At this point, I had settled into the browser pretty well. I'd been using it almost every day, gotten used to its charms and quirks. Some of the newness was starting to wear off, I guess. The honeymoon phase was over. But then I remembered something I saw on their website that I hadn't touched at all. Mods. Apparently there's a whole community for Zen that makes their own custom mods for it. We've all heard of extensions for browsers, but mods? I just had to see what was going on here. I love customization. But what kind of modding situation are we talking about? Is it as easy as an extension? Or is it like game modding where you need 3 different unregistered hypercam tutorials to get it done? Thankfully, as it turns out, all it would take
yes, the classic unregistered hypercam.
Button. That's it. There was no excuse to not try these out to my heart's content. So I scrolled through the page to check out all my options. There's a lot of mods. It just customizes how Zen looks, like how rounded the corners are, what tabs look like. You can even set up a custom cursor. But the ones I was looking for were functional ones. While Zen has been quite the adventure so far, there were still some things I didn't quite enjoy using, like the search bar. It's the exact same as Firefox. I like having
she's on Zorin,
but it doesn't need to take up the entire screen length. But with this better
so she's just on Zorin now.
It completely fixes that. It's nice and centered. The color matches my Zen theme.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
Makes unloaded tabs
why did
obvious.
Why did it look like she was on Zorin
will
before?
Unload tabs you're not using to save up on precious computer resources. But it's hard to tell when that happens with Zen since they all look the same, whether they're active or not. With this mod, the tab tabs that do get unloaded get grayed out, which makes it super quick to see which of my tabs are taking up resources, if they're colored, and I can just hit unload. Out of all the mods I tried,
Yeah, that's
though,
nice.
my absolute favorite was one called Super Pins. As much as I'm enjoying the Essentials tab in Zen, the layout can look kind of wonky depending on how many you have. I know, talk about first world problem. But with Super Pins, I could customize them to look however I wanted. How big they are, how small, how much space they take up, and that's not all. I could even adjust the text centering of my spaces. And the best part, making it stay in place if I have a bunch of tabs and need to scroll through them. These are all small changes, but it felt like it made a huge difference in my day-to-day. There's just so many other mods that let you customize everything down to the pixel. So if there's something you don't like about Zen, there's probably a mod that somebody's already made for it. And even if there isn't, you can just make your own if you know some of that fancy CSS and coding. At this point, I thought the verdict was crystal clear. The browser nerds know their stuff. Maybe Zen really is the best browser. But of course, there's always a voice in my head saying, this is too good to be true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure, there's a sidebar. I'm still trying to get used to that. But it's not really a con. It's part of the whole design. It can't run web apps like Firefox. That's a Firefox thing. What's the catch that I was missing with Zen specifically? So I went online to see what I could find. People love to complain about stuff on the internet. Surprisingly, the catch I was looking for was hiding under my nose the entire time. A catch that almost anyone else would have noticed right away. Not me though. Video streaming. Zen browser can't stream media on platforms like Netflix or Spotify. That's because it's missing a license to stream copyrighted content that are locked up with DRM, which is Digital Rights Management. This license is given out by pretty much only 3 companies: PlayReady by Microsoft, Fairplay by Apple, and Widevine by Google. And basically all the other popular browsers that aren't Safari or Edge uses Widevine. Since Zen is a baby browser, not popular enough to join the cool kids club, it doesn't have that yet. But how did I not notice this? I feel like I've streamed on my browser already. It turns out Linux was fixing the issue for me. The DRM only matters if you're on Windows or a Mac. This is all because Widevine is actually baked into Linux code. Google gives it a free license. And if you're wondering why, well, without Linux, let's just say Google wouldn't be Google. At least Google is smart enough to respect that. But that doesn't change the fact that if you're on Windows or Mac, sadly, you won't be watching your next popular TV show on Netflix with Zen. And that's gonna be a lot of you.
No, there is a way to get around it. Install Zen using the WSL. You'll have to pull out the dreaded command line to do it. But you can install it that way. You can install a Linux version. You have to get a Linux container installed on Windows, but you can get it to work.
Most of you even, which honestly is kind of a deal breaker. As great as Zen is at browsing, if you can't watch Netflix shows or listen to Spotify, it pretty much disqualifies Zen as the best browser, much less a daily driver browser for a lot of people. Sure, I could tell you to just use Linux or self-host your own media servers, but how many of you would do that for a browser? Would you?
I mean, I do self-host my own media server because it's cheaper than actually paying for. The part of it is it's just cheaper than the actual subscription services, especially these days. But also part of it so I can actually own my media content. Own my media server.
Would you even do that for your significant other? I didn't think so. So if you're already on Linux,
just use Linux, best way.
Like me, Zen is the perfect browser. Almost. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't even heard of this browser before. Why are we all still settling for the same old browser layouts from 30 years ago? I get it. Zen is different. It's not like the other browsers. It takes some time getting used to, and it's still in beta too. This isn't even Zen at its full power. I can't imagine what other stuff it'll have in store over the next couple years. Maybe one day, everyone will finally stop using Chrome. Maybe that day is today.
Oh, good video. Let's go to the next one. Interesting choice there. You could, but yeah, if you want to get the full functionality on Windows, then you're gonna have to get like WSL set up and then install it through that. That way you can get the thing there. What's this one? Dave the Diver in the Jungle live action. What is this? Alright, let's just go through. But like, yeah, if you want to like get it done on Windows without installing Linux, you can install Linux inside of a container on Windows. That depends though on like your version of Windows. But if you have like Windows, if you have the Pro versions, you should be able to get WSL set up. You'll probably have to look up the instructions how to get it installed though. But you can technically do stuff that way. You can even use it to like put a container around whatever games you're playing in a different way by running it through Linux and Proton, but it's kind of a complicated mess. I don't really recommend using that to play games, but if you just want to watch stuff on a web browser, that shouldn't be too difficult, at least in theory. Okay.
Well, this is one beautiful jungle. We may have become a bit lost on the way, but luckily for us, I, Dr. Bacon, got us here safely, as always.
Well then, let's get started. Because I'm ready to cook and serve.
Okay.
Dave, let's go! Ready to dive, Cobra.
Alright, Dave the diver.
Hey, where's the water? Through the trees and the vines, and then the other various obstacles that could, well, cost us our lives.
Dave, I think it's time for you to change, buddy.
As you can see, this jungle is home to beautiful mysteries. We need to find the lake in the jungle of the Tara village. Nature in this region has become unstable. Events such as earthquakes and the appearance of an unknown creature. So, we are here to study...
Creature? Time to sharpen my knife for a new recipe.
Okay.
To gather information
and indulge in a feast fit for the gods.
And to have our finds be published in the journal of... So, we're not diving yet. Not yet, Dave.
Not yet, okay.
Excellent, gentlemen. The rock should be right up ahead. Precisely 2.2217 feet away, which is of course different than 2.2219 feet away.
You know, it's gonna be dangerous out there on your own, so don't fall too far behind this time.
Yeah, I'm right behind you, Cobra. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
Lucky for us, here's my research associate.
Muna!
Okay.
Welcome to the jungle. You're late, Dr. Bacon.
By 10 seconds.
I was so worried you went... But that won't happen on my watch.
Okay.
Today I'll be your tour guide. And what are your names?
Boncho. Cobra.
Diver. Dave the Diver.
Stop flirting with me. Nice to meet all of you.
Okay.
Now the village is...
Right this way. Follow me.
Oh, you don't have to pretend like you know where you're going.
I'm an expert at these type of things. Just watch.
Uh-huh. Expert for sure.
I was expecting that.
I told you. This jungle.
It's right this way.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
Sorry, wrong movie.
Fellas, you're making it so hard on yourselves. The village is right this way.
Yeah, guys. Easy peasy. I'm Panuta, chief of Utaro village. Are you the gentlemen that have come to investigate the strange occurrences?
Guess they are. Survival instinct is not.
Gentlemen, onwards.
Okay. They're gonna go.
Watch your step. Chop chop! Only 160 miles to go.
Wait, 160 miles? What?
Not yet, Dave. So what happened to the village?
Yeah, and what strange phenomena happened in the lake?
20 years ago, faced my greatest adversary, a creature named Sulam. He tried to attack my beloved daughter, but before he did, I sidestepped. He latched onto my leg, and I drove my hunting knife right through him. Then I delivered that mortal wound right through his heart. He slithered away right into our great lake, and I never saw him again until 2 days ago.
Oh?
What makes you so sure?
Look.
That's not that bad. I've speared fish twice that size.
Look again. Sulong has returned, and he's all grown up.
Oh.
And that means there are more dishes to serve.
And more customers that are willing to pay. Every seat filled. Lines out the door. Ka-ching!
Think of this as the zoological discovery of a lifetime. An ancient creature that we could study. We could see if there's others like it. If it has parents, if it has...
Can he be my new pet?
Pardon me, Chief. Perhaps you have 11 herbs and spices suitable for cooking. It's called a secret recipe in our land.
You see a colonel around here.
You see a colonel?
Listen here, Chief.
KFC.
You look a little worried. But that there is Dave, and diving is his game. There's nothing he can't catch in the sea. Now, above land, well, not so much. But he gets the job done. But my name ain't Cobra.
The secret recipe. Yeah, this shit's great.
Not yet, Dave. Soon, I promise.
Goldie, come back! Watch out! Watch out!
Why is that on a balloon?
Is that Sulong? No. That's our pet piranha. Now that is Sulong!
And he's dead. She's dead too. And now
Sula, meet Fist.
What can I serve you?
Got it!
okay. Now it goes in the water.
Now, Dave, it's time. Suit up. Finally.
Ow. It's a good day to dive.
To be continued. Okay. Oh wait, there's more. Face with the game. Is this just the credits, or is there... Oh. Oh, that one was pretty good. Interesting credits for sure. Alright, let's see. The unlocked, unused NES features.
It's time to do more unspeakable things to the NES.
Okay.
So you know how classic NES games all kind of look the same? Some might be a little more visually complex than others thanks to enhancement chips in their cartridges, but they're all universally limited to one background layer, 64 sprites, and palletized color. These are all limitations imposed by the NES's graphics chip, the Picture Processing Unit, or PPU. But back when Nintendo developed the PPU, they included a feature that was meant to enhance its capabilities, but it was never fully realized in a commercially released product. Matt KC recently touched on this in his video about getting clean RGB video out of an NES. But here's the gist of it. When the PPU goes to render a pixel, it evaluates the sprites and the background to determine the pixel's color. If the PPU finds that a pixel is completely transparent, then it displays the backdrop color from palette index 0. But the PPU doesn't inherently know to use index 0 for the backdrop color. Instead, it reads the palette index from its EXT pins, which, on a stock NES, are all grounded, effectively hardwiring them to index 0. But they don't have to be. In theory, we could rewire the PPU to use any palette index we want for the backdrop. Or we could change it on the fly, as the screen renders, to create an additional background layer. And a standard PPU is already designed to do exactly that.
Put bad apple there.
You see, what we've described so far is just how the PPU normally operates, in input mode. But if we set the PPU to output mode, then it will follow the same rendering pipeline as before, but it will write the palette index of each pixel to its EXT pins. This means we can wire two PPUs together and configure them to render a screen in tandem. Kind of like SLI if it was invented by Nintendo in the 80s.
Okay.
Is SLI still a thing? Now to get this working on real hardware, we have a couple hurdles to overcome. First, let's deal with the graphics memory. Normally, the PPU is connected to a ROM chip in the cartridge, referred to as a character ROM. But we can't just connect two PPUs to the same ROM and expect it to work. Both PPUs would end up accessing the ROM at the same time and constantly be interfering with each other. And since we don't have enough spare pins on the cartridge to simply add another ROM, our only realistic option is to give the second PPU a bunch of dedicated RAM and populate it with data at runtime. Given the era this would have been produced in, and current RAM prices, 8K feels appropriate. We'll use 4 kilobytes of that for a pattern table to store the actual graphics, and the other 4 will be used for the name tables, so we can assemble 4 screens worth of background. Now we need to give the CPU a way of communicating with the new PPU, and on the NES this is done through memory mapped I/O. Normally, the stock PPU's 8 registers are mapped into the CPU's address space, from address 2000 to 3FFF, but with some minor modifications to the address decoding circuitry, we can split this memory region in half, keeping the first half mapped to the stock PPU, and the second half to the new PPU. This should give us a high degree of backwards compatibility, since the memory map remains nearly identical, and existing games should really only be accessing the first 8 addresses anyway. But now, dual PPU games can be written to take full advantage of the enhanced graphics. So I put out a request on Discord for some dual PPU demos, and the user Vingles responded with this Cityscape demo in less than a day. This shows off the independent scrolling of the background layers, and creates a very nice parallax effect. Of course I had to have a go at it myself, making this demo inspired by Noita. Great game, by the way. Here we can see a similar parallax effect along with a couple more dual PPU features. By rendering sprites on both PPUs, we raise the effective per scanline sprite limit from 8 to 16. And we've unlocked the ability to render 3 more simultaneous background colors. This is because PPU 1 treats the first color of each palette as transparent, and will normally resolve them all to the same backdrop color from palette index 0. But now, with PPU 2 controlling the EXT pins, we can actually display those otherwise unused colors. Now I should probably mention that this shouldn't be working nearly as well as it is according to the experts. I'm not doing anything special to ensure that the PPUs are properly synced when they come out of reset, so we should be seeing layer misalignments and palette corruption. But we aren't. So either I've accidentally found a way to sync the PPUs, or I've just gotten insanely lucky. Considering my electrical engineering qualifications amount to owning a soldering iron and little else, I have no idea why this works
He's
so
probably
well.
lucky.
So apart from that, I think the only remaining question is, what do we call this thing? Given Nintendo's naming convention at the time, I propose we call this an Advanced Nintendo Entertainment System, or ANIS for short.
Yes.
So, if you like my anus and you want to get a better look at it, check the description for a link to my OnlyFans, for a link to my GitHub, where you'll find all the resources for
No, he should have called it the Pro NES and then shortened it to the penis.
this project, like pictures, schematics, and a parts list. Special thanks to Vingles and everyone in the NES dev community who've helped document all the quirky behaviors of the NES. And, as always, thank you for watching.
Sir, we've explored what you've asked us, and it seems as though there's a little hiccup. The technology actually doesn't exist.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a bunch of scraps.
Yeah. The anus. Your anus puts a smile on my face. Use a PPU, and if it doesn't work, use more PPU. If I can combine my love with NES with my love for Noida, your anus excites me in ways I haven't felt in decades. If we combined anus and with nesticle, we have the perfect nest, or PNES for short. No, PNES is actually the name of an NES emulator. There's an NES emulator that you can get as homebrew for like the Switch or whatever, and it's called PNES. That's a fun little fact there. One PPU is one cheek, two PPUs is the other cheek. It's one cheek, and the other one's the other cheek. Heck, hey, that's very clever. Now clap that PPUs. These comments are great. Those are some great comments right there. Yeah, and Anya loves peanuts. Yes, she does. Hi, Kazuki. We're going through Mariak's backlog now. We saw we just saw a video where some guy modified an NES by adding a second PPU, and he called it the anus. Alright, let's see. What's this about a group chat getting leaked? What is this?
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the Illuminati's group chat, the Illuminati's contact sheet actually ended up getting leaked. I wish I could make that statement up, but it seems like we live in the most unprecedented times. Now to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, this whole story actually came from a hacker known as Maya. Now, Maya Arson Krimu is actually an individual that we've covered before. You know, back when the no-fly list ended up getting leaked, you know, the 2019 list, this is the individual that actually went down, spelunked, and found that entire article to show, or actually that entire, list to show the world, okay? So this is what we call a hacktivist. And nothing is scarier than a fucking hacktivist and a potential tip that involves one of the leaders of mass surveillance around the world. Now, I've talked about a guy known as Peter Thiel. This is not a new character in the Some Ordinary Gamers universe. If basically you've been following anything related to the age verification identity hell that we're in, it's actually individuals like Peter Thiel and his connection to corporations like Palantir that are basically responsible for analyzing God knows how much data, especially our personal data, all basically without our consent. Effectively, your government, and my government too, everyone's governments, basically find this scumbag and just gives him carte blanche access into our medical records, into God knows what else, for I guess fucking national security reasons, right? It's a wild world. But anyways, Maya ended up finding out that Peter Thiel had a private society by the name
the private society.
As you can imagine, Dialogue. So to give you an idea, Dialogue is this private invitation-only society, and they compare it to like the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group. For anybody that doesn't know, there are Bilderberg meetings, which are basically these off-the-record forums that only the rich people can basically access. So crack open a cold one to basically knowing that you are nothing but sheep and cattle. It's scary, it's sad, but this is kind of where it's held, okay? So, you know, it is what it is. Behind closed doors, people decide what you do. So anyways, all the jokes aside, Dialogue was founded by Peter Thiel and Oren Hoffman. Basically, it's a low-profile kind of thing, closed-door meeting, And basically, if you go to their website, this is effectively their website, okay? So get past the old Cloudflare, and you can see that leaders join dialogue to discuss topics off the record. You know, remember, same scumbags that want to look into every aspect of your life, but God forbid you're looking at what the fuck these people are talking about. That's too much. So, of course, ultimately, at the end of the day, trying to access their website usually leads to prohibited IPs, DNS issues, but importantly enough, when it came to Maya's research, they had found out, again, based on what they had dug, was a list of 113 alleged members. So you can actually read over here, you got people like Imad Akund, you've got individuals that you'll recognize, like Sarah Bond, who's the president of Xbox. You'll find names as you go down this list of individuals that are pretty familiar to us, like Ted Cruz, Senator of Texas. So again, individuals involved in technology, individuals involved in political power. You've got Dan Driscoll, a secretary in the United States Army, and of course, the further you go down, you'll find other individuals like Joseph Gordon-Levitt, an actor in this case, and of course, keep on going down, you'll find various names like, for instance, believe it or not, the CEO of the website that we're currently watching this video on, and I'm sharing it to you, Neil Moen. And of course, Brian Johnson, even, the person that wants to basically prevent aging from happening, right? We all follow that fruitcake. So, of course, the further you go down, the more and more you read this list, you'll find other people like the world's first trillionaire, Elon Musk. So, yeah, it's a pretty stacked list of some of the most powerful individuals in the world. And you might be wondering what this list really is about, right? Is this like a secret Illuminati meeting? Like they basically said, it's for people who want to have a dialogue off the record. And the people having the dialogue are the individuals that really do control the world that we're in. Now, again, how you have people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, U.S. Secretary, the U.S. like military leaders, and ultimately Sarah Bond, one of the former directors of Xbox, suddenly in the room together. That's an interesting scoop that I think everybody's currently waiting to get the actual like answer on. Now, of course, there was even more information that came out from fellows over at Wired who ended up getting more participants to talk about. And basically, some of those participants also involve other government leaders in this case, individuals like Tulsi Gabbard, Jared Kushner, for instance, Rima Al-Saud, and then, of course, in the tech industry, you've also got, other individuals, not just Neil Moen, but you've got people like Eric Schmidt, who was a former CEO of Google. You got Greg Brockman. You've got individuals, again, that are probably some of the not only the wealthiest people in the country, but also people that right now are leading some pretty advanced industries. And of course, ultimately, you've got people in the data surveillance industry like Oren Hoffman.
They got Palantir there too.
Again, SafeGraph, LiveRamp, Rapleaf, so on and so forth. Scott Cook, Joe Lonsdale. I mean, it's a goddamn who's who, the red carpet affair of all of the worst kinds of people, the worst offenders in society brought together. So of course there has been more and more stuff that's kind of come out about this. People have started to dig into what this organization was. So for 20 years, Dialogue kind of existed as this organization. And of course, ultimately, what people, from Axios had to say was that they were actually building, they were actually involved in real estate purchases to build, this campus all the way in the DC suburbs. So they wanted to be as close as they could to the actual government while being this effective off-the-record industry. Literally, the Illuminati, right? There's no way to shape this any other way around.
Yeah.
What do you call it when you have some of the most powerful world individuals, the world bosses, together in one organization? Okay, you can either call it the Legion of Doom, or we can be mature about it and just say, guys, it's the goddamn Illuminati, right? So given declining trust in institutions and anti-establishment fervor, the group actively keeps its inner working secretive and hidden from public scrutiny. Remember, these guys want to look into every aspect of your life, but God forbid you even try peeking back in through their curtain. They fucking hate you for it. So, of course, obviously, the names like Cory Booker, Jared Kushner, all these individuals are all, this is not unknown. This is very much now widely reported. This leak has definitely gotten quite a fair bit of credibility out of it. I think I love this quote here. In polarizing times with rapid change taking hold, dialogue is all about seeking truth even when disagreeing. Nothing about seeking truth than seeking for it all in the dark, man. That just that hurts to read. Now, one of the things that honestly kind of hit me about this situation too was this isn't the first time I've heard of something like dialogue. So again, to connect this kind of to the Epstein files, not in that grandiose way, but this is actually an email in the Epstein files, and again, I'll give you the EFTA 02563376 so you can look this up for yourself and verify. You don't have to just take my word for it. Read and research yourself. In this email, they literally have this forwarded again to Epstein from Lisa Randall, and they do talk about, Dialogue 2014, of course, a 2-day bipartisan retreat discussing how to change the world. There will be no speeches, just many moderated breakout discussions of 6 to 15 people on various topics. And we designed the agenda based around your ideas and needs. So, of course, you can see that Peter Thiel and Orrin Hoffman extended this invitation. And yes, we know dialogue is 16 months away, but we're giving you a chance to sign up now. So obviously Epstein was included into this situation because let's not pretend, obviously, Jeffrey Epstein was a very, very important figure when it came to being sort of interconnected financially. And of course, we've seen before that Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein were obviously a lot closer than I think, Peter Thiel wants to admit. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it makes sense that, he was inviting Epstein, probably not to have like a dialogue on how to traffic human beings, but about some other billionaire shit. So here they actually do have a link for Eventbrite, which I'm going to copy this link, and I want to see if we can actually pull up the Wayback Machine for this. Maybe we might be able to see exactly what's been happening. Considering that was a public Eventbrite, I would absolutely love to see what happened here. Unfortunately, it actually kind of seems like we may not get to pull that because there wasn't really ever an archive grabbed from it, which is kind of a sad situation, I'll be completely real. It is sad, we actually can't pull up that information, but again, ultimately you can see it kind of interconnected into this situation, and of course it's that one thread that's actually quite difficult to sort of unwash. Once you see it pretty much connected like this, it's hard to not, kind of have your mind rolling around. But let's stick to what this story kind of specifically is, right? So ultimately, some of the people from Wired ended up having their own source, and they found out a whole bunch of internal records that showcased what they were talking about. So you might be like, what was the discussions, right? So for instance, there was off-the-record sessions, and these were the titles, right? Money does buy happiness. Bring back nuclear. Okay, we're good so far. Navigating World War III.
Damn. World War III, guys.
Billionaires and trillionaires talking about something as serious and world-ending as an entire fucking nuclear Armageddon, right? Battlefield technologies. Great. How's your sex life? I mean, just imagine... What the fuck, man? We really do live in a clown world. It's so hard to, like, take some of the stuff seriously sometimes because, this is like the same organization that talks about WW3, and then they pulled a Tommy Wiseau. How's your sex life, huh? Like, come on now, dude. Like, is there seriousness left in the world? Like, are we living in a parody? And of course, if you look at how much some of the prices for this was, basically one of the invitations back in 2022 showed the format, and the registration fee ended up being about what I expected, more than $16,000. You know what I mean? Basically enough to keep the average plebeian out from like your average invite, right? This is basically meant for, billionaires, really, really high-end multimillionaires, and of course, obviously, the world's first trillionaire who... obviously Elon Musk sought to get onto the Epstein Island, it seemed, from one of those leaked messages. At least he's part of a secret mass surveillance society right here. Interesting shit, man. Like, you just, if it's one thing I kind of follow, it's like the people that I really have faith in are nowhere near this shit, and the people I have no respect for are always involved in this shit, man. Like, come on. Now, of course, one thing you have to understand, too, with this whole situation is that there is quite a lot of like, interesting lore that, is surrounds Peter Thiel, right? For instance, or anybody that doesn't know, Peter Thiel is one of those guys that has talked, and he's done these anti-Christ lectures where, he kind of goes and you have to again, these private sort of like lectures we have to pay to get in. And he yaps about the Antichrist and like how scary technology can be, which is wild because this is the same guy that effectively is kind of acting like the walking Antichrist when it comes to his company and the mass surveillance they push onto the world. So basically, they also kind of talk about other wild shit, for instance, like building a cult or like a build a cult section, which might sound really extreme, but ultimately, according to the research that I've kind of done over here and basically the only reporting that's out there, again, it's just a whole set of constant seminars these people have that just really at the end of the day, it just makes no sense. So for instance, in some of these sessions, they would have things like contrarian AI takes, 3 predictions for Iran, build a cult, it's fun to be in charge.
Yep.
And apparently like one of these cult websites was apparently connected to like pray.com, which I had no fucking idea what this was, but apparently this is arguably one, like again, you got like theological leaders, political leaders, military leaders, fucking tech leaders, a lot of powerful people are very connected to this, right? It's an interesting leak that, again, I'm actually waiting mostly for the responses from people that are in there because I'm sure their inboxes are getting filled up with what the fuck actually happened here and why are you connected to this? So what's interesting too is that when it came to this leak, right, they also had the dialogue participant profile, so it almost feels kind of like interconnected to like Scientology almost, where they get a whole bunch of information on the people in their group. I don't know what for reasons, but over here you can see that, you know, the things that got leaked were obviously names, employers, locations, email addresses, the assistants, birth dates, you know, predictions for what's going to happen in 2031. And of course, obviously their political leaning, which I found was a little interesting. So you've got people who are far left, right, or far right. And the disclaimer next to that option apparently says the answers will not be shared in their app or with any other participants ever. I guess it was only really meant for, again, Peter Thiel and the people running this to know who the fuck was joining and what side they were on, right? So up until researching for this video, I'll be completely real, I did not know what Joseph Gordon-Levitt's stances were on AI and tech, but he's really been involved in talking about this, and, you know, coincidentally, he's been the only one that's made a real response. You know, Peter Thiel, I think Dialogue, a lot of the big players haven't really talked about it, which I'm sure they probably won't. I'm sure they'll probably wait for this thing to die down naturally. But the reality of it is, he came out and said, listen, guys, I know you're a little questionable on it. I understand why people have questions and are suspicious. Some of the headlines and posts circulating about this are alarming, if not bizarre, which they absolutely are. I've been to 2 conferences, but I do not know Peter Thiel. I've never met him. I've never spoken with him or his representatives. I've never seen him at an event, which is kind of like, I don't know, like, I don't know what this guy thinks of the rest of the world, but I mean, if you're going to an event where the guy is one of literally the founders of, at some point you have, maybe you're not speaking to him, but you have to at least spoken with a representative or something. But whatever, I'll let him finagle me here. At the dialogue conferences I've been to, there have been a wide variety of people and a wide variety of opinions. Some I've agreed with, some I didn't. I can't speak for every person named in the reporting, but my experience was not of a single ideological gathering. So again, yeah, it's a multitude of people that have come, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's just, you know, being connected to anything with like this Peter Thiel individual, who currently right now is one of the biggest assaulters of your freedoms with all of his companies, and is like, again, view on master. This guy wants access to every single thing that you have, but you trying to peek through the veil at his, you know, weird convention is something that these people want dead. Again, it's rules for thee, not for me kind of shit. And of course, in another case too, there have been situations where, again, you know, other, you know, the landowners of where I guess some of these events have taken place have kind of spoken out against him. And rightfully so, okay? Anybody should be chastised for interacting with these scumbags. And it's just as simple as that. Like, I'll be completely real. Like, that's where we should be at. You know, going back to even people like Epstein, for instance, like, he would basically send an email to this Joy Ito character and say, you know, Peter Thiel loved the secret society idea. He's done a lot of work on the concept. All failed so far. Which, again, to me is like just wild reading this stuff too, because again, it's these billionaires and some billionaires that unfortunately have been outed as human fucking sex trafficking leaders are now connected to this mass surveillance guy that has basically become a thorn in everyone's ass. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I wish we could do like a fucking Fortnite reset into the world where like things just went back. We dialed back the clock. We were able to like roll back time, and hopefully, if we could have rolled back time, basically made sure some of the most powerful people in the world never ended up as powerful as they actually were. But yeah, it's kind of a wild day when obviously looking into this, you can kind of say that the group chat ended up kind of getting leaked to some extent, right? Obviously, the naming list got leaked, but I think the individuals now being named and some of those people who are, again, the CEO, for instance, YouTube, who's now involved in this alongside people like Elon Musk, I think the question needs to be asked is, what the hell was happening behind closed doors? And what were some of the biggest tech leaders discussing, right? I think there's definitely, listen, to me, the story here is that obviously this guy is connected to mass surveillance solutions. Now, all these other tech people, I don't think you can call it a conspiracy anymore. Why is, the world headed in this, direction where everyone needs to be doxxed to access things online? And why is it that Peter Thiel is kind of at the center of all this mass surveillance stuff? And alongside all these other tech people that are running services that are also conveniently engaging in this mass surveillance hell, alongside, this whole Peter Thiel connection. I mean, it's so difficult. Look, I don't want to sit here and just say, like, listen, put the tinfoil hat on and say, conspiracy is true, conspiracy is true. But, bro, all these connections, just stop, man. Like, at this point, I wish these motherfuckers would just come out and at least explain the plan. You know what I mean? Other than where we're at right now. It's a fucked world, dude. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the Illuminati's, contact sheet got basically leaked. And ultimately, at the end of the day, this evil Antichrist figure has got his fingers really deep into the pie. So let me know what you think about it in the comment section below. Wild shit. Hopefully, as time goes on,
we got
we'll
the
find
Fable
some more
gameplay
stuff
demo.
released. But hey, at least on a positive news, at least on a positive end, there's actually been a fairly good update on the Epstein files.
Oh,
I
an
mentioned
update?
quite a fair bit in this video, but I think it's great to talk about what's happened. Recently, a lawsuit occurred between the Democracy Forward Foundation and the US DOJ. And apparently, from my understanding, is that upon consideration of this actual lawsuit, the judge actually said that your order to process the fewer than thousands of remaining pages in the Epstein files. And of course, ultimately, you're supposed to process 750 pages by, again, this date, and to process 750 every 30 days after. So it seems, from what I'm reading, that at least thousands of documents that the FBI was kind of sitting on might end up in the hands of the average person so they can look into what's going on with Epstein, right?
Okay.
Because I don't think anybody should forget about this. It's a really, really, really heinous situation. And I think if you live in North America, I think if you live anywhere in the world, you should probably make sure that this human trafficking circle finally fucking dies. Because I still think that it's active. And I think it's active because it's connected to some of the most powerful people in the world. And we still really don't know who some of these co-conspirators actually are. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Thiel and his insane little closed door club has been kind of leaked out. And now people are going to look through it and people are going to have some serious questions. And maybe people might grow enough of a spine to fight back properly, but fuck. I'm being a bit too hopeful. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I am out.
Okay. Alright, let me get the next thing out. Alright, let's get the next video. This one is the Fable one. Let's see. What is this Fable gameplay demo? We gotta wait for it to get loaded first. I mean, weekly reset hasn't happened for North America server yet, so no. I did not. Because that's not until the reset. That's in a few more hours. That's in like 2 hours. But we'll just do it on tomorrow's stream. Okay, I don't think the video's gonna load. I don't know, we'll see. My beta client got updated. At least. Yeah, because Europe is ahead by a couple hours. North America's last. North America always last. For this type of stuff. Always. I don't think it's gonna play the video. Let me try putting it in again. I think we'll just do like 2 more. Let's see if this thing even loads. Because like now the shit's not loading. I don't know why. My internet's been like a mess as well the past 2 days. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. Yeah, it's not loading on my side. I don't know what the hell's going on. The Lego video is working. We'll look at the Lego video.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective. This time in the $10 million Lego studio.
Let's speed this up a bit. This one's long.
Every suspect involved. What I found shocked me.
1.5 speed. We'll do 1.5x speed. This is a long one.
Okay, before we can find these missing Legos, let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon.
Yeah, the Bricks and Minifigs,
the
yeah.
owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold. The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then, on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Bass. He and his partner, Josh Johnson, ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon, and Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem, and this is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it? Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs press release reads. Quote, after taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection. But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was. So if corporate's saying there was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos. But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the suspects. First, who was there that night of the handover? It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise owners, and Brandon Bass, one of the new owners. These are our 3 biggest suspects, but they aren't the only ones. I want to address a few other suspects at the very start here. First of all, maybe this is just all the result of, plain old thieves breaking in. What about that possibility?
Hi, I am Chris. I was the previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves, but
it wasn't
that's
stolen.
The case, what about the guy who was arrested? I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Reckless Ben. This is the YouTuber who started it all. With a documentary, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing a RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs. He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos. The owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Ben was even accused of stealing the Legos by the current franchise owner. I stole the Legos? What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
It's absurd. We didn't even know Reckless Ben. He had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store. That doesn't hold any water.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night, and I don't even think he knew about these Legos. But who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company, Eamon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have, our attorneys have visited, but again, so who's like...
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who's that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
My name is Eamon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name is Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to cover their
people
name.
stole Lego, man.
What I can
That was
tell you
crazy.
is that we don't have it. We've never had access
Stealing Legos.
Seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th. Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm going to say, that is not accurate at all. Because
So you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on-site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs kind of story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the offsite location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future thefts. They were briefly stored off-site after that launch weekend, while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so Ammon McNeff suspects that a lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer use those off-site locations. But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on the lease payments at the location. We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store. And so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent them up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which, like can happen in franchising where a franchise owner just, kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay, so Bricks and Minifig's story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gormans stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that she wasn't putting things, like hiding things in the back, and that he, while he was watching that, was trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look, they don't trust the Gormans, and they explained it, even further. They said, hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a retail theft and other criminal arrests on her record that we were not aware of.
When was that?
I don't know. This has been brought out by several people online now.
Now look, that's a huge accusation to bring up, and so obviously I wanted to talk to the Gormans about it. They're like, she has a history of some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, that's what they're
wow.
saying. Damn.
Oh. Well, yes.
Well,
you know about this.
Explain.
Yeah, when I was 19 years old.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now. So this was in 1999. This, something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection and no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection, and it infuriates me. You're gonna try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was manipulated by local police departments when she was pregnant and 19 years old? Fuck you. That's my response to that. I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done. I own the mistakes that I have made. You cannot intimidate and bully me into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I have the evidence to back it up.
Wow, this is getting kind of nasty and personal at this point, and I just wanted to give people kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories, down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like, they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue that, and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys can make up your own mind. My point is, one side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves the other side is lying. So I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me the Legos. Where I was told we are 100% have possession of photos that prove that the Gormans are lying, and then you guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove this side's lying. Who's gonna drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to, somebody's right here. And after a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing. And for Josh and Brandon too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh and he told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying? Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words. So the stakes have been established. And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First, he showed me the video, October 24, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked.
So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, but it's not terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th. When Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Hold on, I gotta hurt myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. We don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while. We haven't put. This is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So, we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what shelves look like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Like way less.
So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in-box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about.
Is this a case of, did y'all see Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars sets in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe. Did Brandon see those? Has there been talk of those? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
Sorry, here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So, do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
Okay, sure, yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory format cell.
Sure. Sure, that's cool.
75041.
Yep. Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be, okay. So there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240?
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time, and Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you, it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it? You got me. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a little too in my head about this U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way.
Oh, yeah, have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the U-Haul for a second. This is another one of those things that was like really between the two parties, was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover.
So when Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well, one, a U-Haul truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifig store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh owned, and he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024. and I was working under the old manager Brian, and we sold the store to Brandon Best and Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs, where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about Salem Store closing down because I was talking to my co-workers about the situation of Salem, and we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in.
A bad area, okay.
If you will, what was going around. But after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was jumping off all the Lego sets to us that night. He used like, a bunch of used Lego sets, that set like saran wrap, they had Star Wars CD, they used a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
And to Eugene, and it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets and everything. They used a bunch of used stuff too.
Wait, and was this when they took over the store from Crystal?
I believe so, yes. Yes, because he said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
While he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
And he's like, we're just gonna hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And we're like, oh, well, it makes more sense if we can take it because we're kind of struggling with, the product that's on the shelves.
Oh my gosh, we really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it. Brandon was talking about the Salem store. You've got Matt McNeff saying there was no U-Haul there. It was a rental car. You've got Crystal saying, yeah, I thought it was really weird. There was a U-Haul truck there. So I told the McNeffs, I really got to find out what the truth is here. If you know anything about it, let me know, because that's just something I heard.
I do, and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it. Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you can see the window, but the problem is it's night outside, so you can't see. And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, I have this alternate angle, I'm looking at that, and then, wait a minute, zoom in on that photo. Bring up the brightness of this photo a little bit, and my gosh, there's a U-Haul in the parking lot right outside of the store the night of November 14th, 2024. This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again, I believe I've seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
After seeing this, I said, I really have to make a call. And that's when the story changed. So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul. He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning, you said, hey, we looked into it, there actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going on here, just to help you understand. And I don't know if you want this particularly not on the record, but we do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location, that back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, for a different situation that we had just, gone through some things, and he had it previously, hey, I have some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location. You guys can come pick it up.
Yes,
so
this is
Brandon
like the
was sent on that
situation.
day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down. That was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this ex-employee, you're saying they are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with sometime after November 14th, after the store takeover. Is that correct? Am I understanding that?
Yes.
So this is now kind of a strange story. Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal, and separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars, and that's what he brought to the Eugene store, and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows up again with a U-Haul, but the reason isn't for hauling Legos.
Brandon flew in to Eugene that night, at midnight, so flew from Utah on the 13th, but landed in Oregon on, midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had previously been moved up there in anticipation, meaning a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul, was for this camper, or what's going on with the
Yes,
U-Haul?
so then what happens?
Yeah, there's no justice because the dude's family's a police judge, yeah.
Camping
All
trailer
the
to that truck,
time.
and it's not rated for that particular weight.
The whole thing is just crazy.
He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for one of their box
It makes you feel unemployed, yeah.
Got it at 10 a.m. on the 14th.
This shit's crazy.
So they went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer, to a U-Haul, drove that
It just
trailer
feels so
down to
bad that
another
they
location
got their Legos stolen.
Dropped out the camper trailer, and then he arrived
Right, like $200,000 worth of missing Lego. That's insane. Right, like that's an insane amount of just Lego sets and everything. It's just insane.
In a U-Haul to the Salem store, and then went in, said hi to Crystal, and then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and so he locks it, calls the locksmith, takes him a while to finish up the changing of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops it off at midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that, grabs the rental truck, and then heads back up to the camper trailer in Salem, and then probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning. Spends a couple of, gets a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that is trying to be portrayed just makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay, so I asked, obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon, and here's what I got. First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo, the last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like the inside of a birdcage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
Yeah, it took like 4 hours. I mean, I worked till like 11 o'clock, I get up early for my other job.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck.
Yeah.
All right, so as weird as this U-Haul thing is, the timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still,
it doesn't make any sense,
it's pretty weird, and it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard, to have a U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper. Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember, that's the moment we lost the Lego. And this time, we're going to combine it with 2 more things. First, from corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory, of what was sold or not, in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of the story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what everyone knows this story as, the $200,000 Lego collection. But sadly, that post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real estimated value is about $107,000. They give high estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using averages and estimates here, but understand that, these numbers are not firm, given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is, it's worth nowhere near $200,000. And Reckless Ben, the one who made the original video covering this, said that surprised him.
Yeah, I mean, this entire time, literally every single person has been telling me there were $200,000. Like, that's how much, you could sell all these sets for.
My original assessment of about $200,000 was going up to his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual evaluation. I looked at it and went based on as things progressed, and as I started to delve more into the actual inventory and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself, so that press release went out before I had those full numbers. So we went, this is a nice even number that will grab attention and bring people into the store, so we went with that.
And to believe that is accurate at the high end. It was one of those things where when she was looking through and going, well, it says this and it says this, you don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No, I haven't.
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory sheet.
The spreadsheet says about from between 85,000 to 120 something thousand, and the midpoint about 107 or something like that of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this has been a really big point of misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the missing Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize this is a very different number than corporate provided, who found only $2,000 to $5,000 of it linked to Brian. And later they said they only found $13,000 to $15,000 in total Lego Star Wars.
So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records. I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too. So this is from the Salem internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale, and it's everything from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this is all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But anyways, according to those records, about $51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now, that really worried me because Crystal's inventory list showed only $24,000 in sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly, I remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold prior to the takeover.
Which is something similar from what you told me, Crystal. You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid 17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's accusing each other of theft right now. You understand?
I mean, without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets, I can't answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000 is almost double what we believe Brian was paid. And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem was there were a lot of these, worth about $20,000 in layaway, and that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "There were 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
So on the list on the inventory list, do you know about how many layaways?
I haven't gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
So there were about $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the part that I can't get my head around. I go, how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe there was that much layaway. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. How could there be that much layaway? I don't know. It's like I don't believe, because I was talking to some people about Bricks and Minifigs. They go, yeah, there's some layaway. There's not that much layaway. I talked to people who were neutral, kind of on corporate side, but also people who were just normal Bricks and Minifigs people. They say there's not that much layaway. Help me understand why there's $20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. If you talk to other Bricks and Minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the Brian's collection, I don't know.
Good. I'm not crazy here. So then why was there so much layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection. It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian's collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced, and a lot of the harder to find items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm gonna guess probably half of those layaway items were not gonna be sold to the person who took them on layaway. Because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets, but only be able to buy 1. Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay $10 to put these sets on layaway. Traditionally with layaway, we would ask for 10% down. They'd have 30 days to make their next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the shelf. Because this collection was the collection it was, and I wanted to give these people the opportunity to, to get these sets, we were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. So a lot of these, we had several of them. I think one of the Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off and then sold. So a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So look, I'll be honest, I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
So a lot of these are, see, like look at this, it says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean, without seeing the actual sales ticket and seeing what else, like what items were sold together, what else was sold with it, I can't actually see the sales ticket. We had several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway, paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time. Our Ewok Village was one of those cases. At some point, he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and make a payment for a bulk payment. You know, I've got 800 things on layaway. I'm going to make $100 on my payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question any clearer than that.
But I even found more than that in this POS data. I also found about $10,000 in sales that match Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet. Some of our things that were not found were explained by the POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So like they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
Huh. See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, let's see.
2023, okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to do math here. I don't know without being able to see all of the records. There is a possibility that the consignments were ended when I wasn't at work, and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't get put in a consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. I hadn't gone through the inventory in the back room in a couple of months. So it is entirely possible there were sales that were finished that I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you,
Okay.
on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian getting paid or not getting paid.
He has not been paid his percentage yet, and if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Okay. So Crystal, ultimately, that's a business thing and not necessarily you as a brand. And okay, because taking on the business, he takes on all that. That's on them.
So obviously, one could see that and say she was intending to reconcile with Brian. Maybe she hadn't gotten around to it. And of course, corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts. But the point is, regardless of whose side you're on, I think we can all agree there's a lot of weird stuff here on all sides. Abnormal stuff. Sure. Maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaway, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't like fully know 100%, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people I think are kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night of the takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true. Although some of that is disputed, and it looks like way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if your starting number is $200,000. I estimated, and I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources. This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this, Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000 for Lego he wasn't compensated for.
Damn.
I think honestly, that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events. But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea. As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal campaign against him and Reckless Ben and any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these Legos at Bricks and Minifigs store, and I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been made by plenty of people here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen, by just choosing the worst possible path at every fork in the road, no pun intended. But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making Brian whole and moving on. Drop the aggressive legal strategy. You are a Lego store at the end of the day. You are supposed to be about fun, not about a rerun of Suits. But anyways, that's my investigation. Those are my closing thoughts. And I knew I wanted to approach everyone involved in this whole story with my results and see what they thought to close things out. Does all that make sense to you? Because I'm showing everyone in this story and saying, hey, are any of these numbers blowing your mind, or is any of this crazy to you?
No, it's not crazy. But what's crazy, again, like all the photo evidence that both sides have points to there being $20,000 worth of Lego, of Star Wars Lego in the store that night, right? I don't know, man. I'm just like, can people understand maybe why there was some confusion and why there was some hesitation when somebody comes in and says, hey, you owe me $60,000 worth of product in Lego, and we go, we don't even know who you are. Like, yeah, Crystal mentioned something about consignment on her way out the door. And we go, sure, we'll get that figured out. But then the guy just walks in and demands $60,000 worth of Lego. Like,
an investigation, but no
what am I supposed to do
justice.
other than say, cool, show me, can you show me the proof?
The problem is there's so much of a dispute on the timeline, and this is what's going to make the story so hard to tell. Is like, they say, you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually they gave up. But they say they tried, and they were basically met with like, unreasonable requests, things like that. So
verification, documentation, is that unreasonable? You think?
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So I mean, that's kind of the
right. A spread, like I understand, a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all don't have the. Y'all do have the spreadsheet though, yeah.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says it's. I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024. When I look at it, this is the and sell list, I believe.
So this would have been created under so we have the
y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea. So if this is the first that anybody has shown me that a spreadsheet was created using Bricks and Minifigs, Salem, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal.
Okay.
We don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things, and understand. I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't know what you don't know, and you can't we don't know everything, and we don't go looking in every nook and cranny everywhere. We just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
When it comes right down to it, they're going to have to make a judgment call and say who's telling the truth. The people who are taking all the pictures and say, and we couldn't take pictures of everything the night of, but we're being honest consistently, and the people who are saying there was $5,000 there. Really? That makes no sense. We've got the evidence, and yes, there's a discrepancy. We acknowledge we did not take pictures of everything, but does that mean that the discrepancy is, and therefore these missing, percentage, whatever that would be, 5%, is some magical other place? Or it was sitting there in the store and we didn't get pictures of it?
If I messed up on record keeping, I will take accountability for that, if possible. If my staff didn't draw attention that consignments had left out, so I'd move them to the thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that. I am more than willing to do that. I need BAM to show me those tickets.
As they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian and talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that right with him.
I mean, that's new information no one's ever found out, so that's awesome. They're gonna lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing. They're literally gonna destroy their entire company because they're this stubborn over maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
Sure, I'll be keeping you in the loop with what
Nice, I'm excited. This was good work. My other final thoughts is, dude, you solved it, dude. That's awesome.
They're suing Brian that thing, yep. Restraining order is in effect, damn. They're also suing the thing, claims they had an original aggregate value of $250,000. That's crazy. All for a bunch of Lego, all this shit happened. Over Lego, of all things. Imagine. All this crazy shit over Lego. That's insane. But there's some NTE stuff in here and other stuff too. I think I'll just save it for tomorrow's stream. And we end off here. This is just because the stuff has just been gone for long enough. Yeah, he owns the company. I know, it's just insane. Cause my if you heard the Discord notification earlier while we were doing that thing, I got my NTE server update again for the stuff to record stuff for Chaos. I'm gonna need to find time to get that set up and installed, and then work on it after I get back from work tomorrow. But yeah, I think we're just gonna end off here for the night. Another shorter stream. But yeah. Yeah, I have to work on the Chaos video. I'm probably gonna have it split into 2 videos though. I'm not gonna make it as long as the Lacrimosa one, but yeah, as usual guys, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever it is, wherever you guys are. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.